Hello, everyone. It is I, Insane Lane, and welcome to Erotica Book Club. Hello, Nightwolf. Thank you for the happy birthday. It is indeed my birthday at midnight. I have cake pops in the fridge. So hopefully I don't forget, and at midnight we'll run and grab one, and we'll have a little birthday cheers with something sweet and chocolatey. I figured cake pops were a good way to go because there's only 4 of them in the box. They're not too expensive, and then I don't have an entire cake left over, leaving me no choice but to eat an entire cake over the next few days. So, cake pops, good solution for single people. The kitten plans are ongoing. I'm waiting on a litter box to arrive in the mail, and then when it does, Project Kitten is a go, and I will begin hunting around the internet and my local shelter to find a kitten. I have a name picked out. I want a void kitty. Fluffy or sleek doesn't matter, but must be female void kitty. And I have a name picked out, but I'm not announcing the name until I make the official announcement and show off the kitten. I do plan to, the first book club that we have the kitten, I do plan to try and do the entire stream with the kitten tucked into my shirt, being adorable and hopefully napping and not clawing me, but we'll see. Because kitten's gonna kitten. So, last week, as usual, I can't remember much of what happened. I remember we had a very, very hardcore grape scene. YouTube can suck it for not liking my phrasing. Hyper Snickety! We do have something to show off the top. We are making a special announcement. We got a gift I have been waiting for the start of book club for. I actually did have the crazy ass idea back in the day. I just never thought it would actually happen. And then it did. So magic can happen. But we have something very cool to show off. Makes an excellent birthday gift. Got here just in time. I'm now actually getting my mail again because I called the post office and they fixed the thing with the mailbox. Turns out, you know what? My building didn't do it right. That's why I didn't get my mail for 6 months. Anyway, I only asked them like 50 times if they'd done everything correctly. Thank you for the happy birthday, Persnickety. My birthday's technically tomorrow. It's my birthday at midnight. But we got to do a birthday stream, and it happened to be here. So we had the grape scene. Then she ran away again, and then her and Nacho totally screwed. I don't care if the book depicted it as non-dry humping each other with clothes on. That was straight up cheating. This book has it backwards, what is and is not cheating. Because when he was supposedly, I think we're supposed to believe that he was lying when Nacho kidnapped her the first time and then said that he had, essayed her while she was asleep and we were supposed to believe him. Her first thought was, oh my God, that's cheating. I cheated on my husband. That was her thought. She also had a weird thought about purity, which doesn't apply. And so somehow something that was done while she was unconscious and obviously unaware and therefore unconsenting, that's cheating. But her being fully conscious, making a fully informed adult decision to be in her panties and bra, grinding on a guy who's wearing only boxers until they both, achieve their desired goals, not once but twice. That, and they were making out, and his hands were everywhere. That somehow is not cheating, according to this book. Well, let me just fill you in. In the world according to reality, that's cheating. That's extremely cheating. The other thing, the non-consensual thing, not cheating. That is the not cheating. But what she intentionally did before crawling back to her husband and apparently treating it like some kind of, oh, I was tempted, but I didn't give in to temptation biblical bullshit because everybody's suddenly religious. Hi, Cerebellum. It is my birthday somewhere. Though my friend who I was talking to when it was midnight where he was so caught up in, he went to cricket today, so that's all that's in his head. So he didn't realize that it was my birthday, but I'm sure he'll say it tomorrow. Or I will remind him to say it tomorrow because, he's a guy and they have to be reminded of these things a lot. some of them. Heed the warnings just in case this is another bad chapter. I felt bad I didn't have warnings for some things last week. I mean, this is why I put general warnings, because you never know. With these books, you just never know what is going to happen. In this one, I especially don't know. I don't even know who the bad guy is supposed to be at this point, because we know there's going to be a final showdown with a bad guy of some kind, and there will be more shooting. I don't know why, or what you would... Like, I don't know who the... I assume it's the eviler twin brother, because we don't have confirmed that he is DOA. So, I assume he will make a return appearance, and he'll be the bad guy in the end, and Massimo will have to shoot him to save Laura. This is what I'm assuming. I have no idea, because there's no plot at all. There's not even the appearance of a plot. There's just stuff happens, and then sex, and then rough sex, and we set fire to it. And that's pretty much it. But for now, all rise for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Alright, here we go. Hello, everyone. I did a little extra makeup to celebrate, and I'm wearing my nasty shirt. It's been in my closet for like 10 years, and it doesn't get enough love. Mostly because it's like kind of too thin to wear outside. I didn't know it was so tiny when I ordered it. You know, you order things online. They look like they're one size, and then they're not. Or this, I think this might have shrunk the first time I washed it or something like that. Don't like that it's off center. That's going to bother me. Okay, that's slightly better. But yeah, I'm gonna have to not look at that. But first things first, let's introduce all of our ducks, and then we have a surprise. We have a duck-shaped surprise that I'm so happy about. But first things first, let's turn that so it's not blowing into my mic in case it is. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Hulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra, Crispy, and Ralph. And thanks to somebody in the audience, big shout out to Persnickety, because we got international ducks. I actually had this crazy idea from the beginning that eventually we'd have a big enough audience all over the world that people would send ducks from all over the world, like unique special ducks to their area, and we would get to show them off to everybody, and we'd have the biggest collection of ducks ever. Well, part of that started coming true because we have our first international ducks that got sent in by an audience member, and this is awesome. It's really awesome. We have ducks from a place called Culver's, which I'm guessing is a burger chain. And they sell ice cream, and this is their ice cream ducky. Look, isn't it adorable? It's got a little tail on the back too. Look, isn't it adorable? Also, doesn't it look exactly like Wisp from Animal Crossing? Therefore, I have dubbed this one Whisk. This is Whisk the Culver ice cream duck that I totally just dropped, but that's okay. They're thinner. They don't make a squeaky sound. They make an air sound, but they don't make a squeaky sound. But they are adorable. He's got little eyebrows too. You can't really see them because they're silver, but he has little eyebrows. So this is just the cutest thing in the history of ever. Oh, it's frozen custard. Okay, it's a frozen custard duck. I've never had frozen custard. Oh, that sounds good. I want to try that. It is a burger chain. Okay, at least I got that right. I am also Team Nacho, and he is the nice kidnapper. Imagine your choices in this universe are evil kidnapper, nice kidnapper. They're both rapists, and they both murder people, and they're both in the mob. And I was watching Trolley Problems earlier. For anyone who doesn't know, the Try Guys have their own website now called Second Try with all their shows. They have a ton of shows, one of which is Trolley Problems, and it's the funniest thing ever. That and Without a Recipe and Phoning It In. Those are the best things they've ever done. I know you can't mail me frozen custard. I've never seen frozen custard here. So we're adding Wisp. He gets to start the new shelf. And then we have there's more. We have Server Duck. Look, it's wearing the hat. This might be a manager because it is carrying a tray of food. There's a little burger and a drink. And if I can get it to focus, its name tag says Doug E. Culver. I don't know if maybe the person who started Culver's was named Doug. No idea. But therefore, this duck is Dougie. That is his name. He's all professional. He's got a tie and everything. You know, the baseball cap kind of undercuts it. But still, you know, he's got suspenders. He's a duck with suspenders. And a tray of food. So he's very sustainable. So that is our employee duck. Who I hope will fit on the shelf because it's a narrow one. Because they didn't all come out the same size. Because why would they if I was the one doing it? And then last but not least, we have double cheeseburger duck. This is the most adorable one, I swear. I don't know why, but this is the most adorable one. It's got a tail made out of bun. Look, the tail is not even duck colored. It's bun colored. It's got a bun tail. This is so cute. And he's got tomato, and I can't decide if it's lettuce or pickles on the bottom, but it's got condiments. Why are they on the bottom, though? I'm curious. Do they actually serve them like this? Because some restaurants do weird things just to try and get notable. Do they actually put like the lettuce and the tomato on the bottom? Because that's sin. You're not allowed to do that. But yes, we have double cheeseburger duck. And because it reminds me of Katy Perry, the year the Met found out that no one in Hollywood understands what camp is, I dubbed it Katy Perry duck. So Also going on our shelf, please stay. Okay, we're good. There we go. So now we have our 3 international Culver's Burger chain ducks, and they look awesome. So thank you. That was the best birthday gift I could have asked for, was getting international ducks in the mail, because that is just so incredibly badass. All right. Now for the main event. I hope everyone has a drink handy. Oh, I forgot. Duh. Oh, my brain is so scattered. You ever have a day that just starts off with something going wrong and then you got to fix it and then you're just behind all day? For anyone who would like to continue adding to our pantheon of ducks, we have all of these random ducks that have never left this bag. They've never seen outside. They've been captive in this bag their whole lives. And for $10, you can release one of these ducks for 4 hours a night on a Saturday into the wild, where they will join their other ducks as they watch in judgment and silently mock and make fun of me for reading this, because you know that they do. So you can add a random duck for $10. Link to the PayPal should be at the top. Hopefully it stayed there. And we have many the random duck. There are some good ones in here. Or if you are a little bit more couture, you can sponsor a painted duck. We have Rooster Duck, A Christmas Story Duck, Evil Knievel Duck, and Yoshi! Having no relation to the Galaxy movie that is getting panned. I haven't seen it, but I heard it was worthy of trashing. Though apparently not as worthy of trashing as the Animal Farm movie, which, if you had any intention of seeing it, allow me to save you some time. It's god awful. Don't. Apparently it involves the animals rapping Old MacDonald and several other raps and doesn't understand its own source material. Also, why is it animated? I didn't know that it was going to be animated. That seems like a very weird and creepy choice for a book with, that subject matter, to make it animated, which seems like it's for kids. But this is extremely not for kids, or at least it shouldn't be if it at all resembles the book. So, not sure what they've done there, but it's failing hard. Which makes me happy, because I utterly hated the book Animal Crossing. It's the only time I ever stood up to well, it's not the only time I ever stood up to a teacher, but it's the only time I outright told a teacher no and refused to read the stupid thing for a second time, like 2 years after I'd read it, because it came up in a different class, and I was just like, hell to the no. Suffered through it once, thought it was ridiculous, got yelled at a lot for not agreeing with large parts of it. So, yeah, not reading that again. And I had to read Romeo and Juliet 3 years in a row, and I didn't bitch about that. I lied about reading it the third time because I had read it twice before and I didn't need to read it again to answer the questions. But at least I read it twice and I didn't bitch. For our other options to keep things rolling along, my personal favorite, handcuffs. Police issue handcuffs. There's a key in here. There's a key in here. Make the sound when I shake you. There's also a key on a string that within my reach in case I drop this key, because we practice safety here. These are real handcuffs and they are my favorite. So for $25, you can put these on me for half the night, or for $50 for the entire night if you're feeling especially generous, or also for $50 if you would like to see me make the face you make when something's really sweet. We have Skittles drink mix, which is apparently a thing. This is one of those things that shouldn't be a thing, and yet it's a thing. We've only tried the green apple so far. We learned it turns nuclear green color, but it actually did taste reasonably like green apple, so props there. Green apple and literally a spoonful of sugar. But we have not tried the grape, the strawberry, or the orange yet. So for $50, I will break out one of these into the glass of water that is right here, and we will see what they taste like, and what very interesting does not occur in nature color it turns. Okay, think I got everything taken care of now. Oh yeah, we stopped like halfway through chapter 9 because it was long. Oh yeah, he bought her a dog. I forgot that. I'm worried for the dog. If anything bad happens to the dog, I'm gonna lose my shit. If anything happens to the dog, I swear to God, they better not hurt the dog. Loop Creamery, Heck, Shake Shack, Frozen Custard in the Toronto. We have Shake Shack? I didn't know this. I wonder if that's here. But yes, he got her a dog when she came back to him, supposedly having overcome her temptation of Nacho, even though he's clearly the much better man, and I'm willing to bet he's better in bed, too. But he did the whole, I'm so sorry, it'll never happen again, I will stop drinking and doing massive amounts of cocaine, and by the way, I bought you a dog. Which, because she is a completely worthless human being with no morals or ethics or true values of any kind, she named the dog after her favorite thing in the world, Givenchy. I wish I was making that up, but she actually names the dog Givenchy. So that's gonna be annoying as fuck. And also, if she's referring to the dog, I'm not writing it down as the name, brand name dropped because it's now the name of a dog. If she's referring to more boots and hugs them, I will write it down. I also point out she has shown more affection for both the boots and the dog than either of the men she's pining after. Yes, she totally should have named it Nacho. Yes. Darling, is that on my list? It is. So we're starting off with a burnable. That's good. And Baby Girl pulled way ahead. After not being seen for weeks, Baby Girl pulled way ahead last week. Darling, he said gravely, handing me the dog. Why is he being grave with the dog? Don't hurt the dog. A dog's name should consist of 2 syllables. It's easier to call it this way. He's mansplaining naming a dog. Oh, if ever he needed to take a Louis Vuitton heel to the balls. Why should I call it if it'll always be with me? I asked, trying to hide my amusement. But okay, let's call it Prada, like my favorite handbag. Okay, stop naming the dog after. Oh God, that is such an obnoxious, horrible thing to call a dog. Massimo shook his head and sipped his wine. So much for the not drinking. I'm not on crack here. He did say like 4 pages ago that he swore to stop drinking and doing coke. Yet, casual wine. Mario Prado was a man and that dog is a female. So what? I kissed the white fur ball who started to wiggle excitedly in my hands. See, she likes the name. Massimo sat on the rug, back propped against the wall, and watched me play with the newest member of our big happy mafia family. It actually says that. I'm highlighting that. Oh, we also have the burn video. I am counting. Oh, I do need to count that once for name dropping. Yes, we have the burn video. I'm gonna play it. We'll take a break at 9:30. I'll play it then. So about an hour from now. I have the burn video. It was rushed, but I got it done. Why does everybody sit on the floor in this book? This is unique to this one. Suddenly everybody is sitting on the floor all the time. It's like you have a giant ass mansion full of like questionably tasteful furniture. Sit on the furniture. We learned they have a couch with finials on it, which apparently is a real thing, but every picture I looked up of it was damn ugly. He took 2 calls in the meantime, but never took his eyes off me. It was strange to see him for such a long time and to feel that nothing would be able to make him leave me now. He's been in the room with her for a whole 10 minutes, maybe, and that's weird because they're never together for that long. This person she's been married to for several months at this point. He was composed and relaxed, so he's high, right? How's your therapy? I asked after my second glass of wine. I immediately bit my tongue. Too many questions could make him angry. This is so somebody you want to be around. I'm not sure. You should ask my therapist. Massimo seemed unconcerned. It has only been 2 weeks, 4 consultations, so I wouldn't expect any miracles. He stood up and went to the kitchen. A while later, he returned with 2 plates. Oh, so now we have him doing the things that Nacho did. Besides, I've been doing my best to ruin many things for the last 30 years, so I won't be so easy to get everything. It won't be so easy to get everything in order at once. He shrugged. Maria made us seafood pasta. He placed the plates on the table and handed me a fork. Come and eat. I'll have to carry you if you get too drunk. You said you wouldn't drink, I said, maybe with a bit too much accusation in my voice as he put his glass on the table. Hey, points for calling him out. And I don't, he replied with a laugh. It's cherry and grape juice. Want some? I took his glass and sipped. He wasn't lying. Okay, so apparently it's not wine, though the idea of combining cherry and grape juice. I love grape juice. I can't imagine poisoning it with cherry juice. That sounds disgusting. I mean, hell, if somebody wanted to, I could mix the grape and strawberry Skittles and see what that tastes like. But I'm not thinking it would be so good. I will do it though. I'm sorry. I felt stupid. Why should you feel stupid? He was like, it's good, but don't do that. Okay, I will take your word that it's good. Don't worry, baby girl. Here we go. We're starting early with the baby girl. It's going to go completely off the page by the end. I promised you I won't drink or do drugs. It's not a steep price to get you back. Kate, where has this guy been the entire series? He looked at me with those big black eyes of his, eating his meal. And remember, when I want something, I get it. It won't change now. He straightened up and smirked. There he was, my man in black. Strong, manly, confident, and composed. I fidgeted on my chair. He noticed. Don't even think about it, he whispered. Neither of us is ready for that. First, I have to get things in order. Only then will I take what's mine. Oh, so he's putting an embargo on sex until he's cured or whatever? I'm not sure what the metrics are here. I felt a vortex of emotions hearing those words, which doesn't change the fact, he continued, that I dream about slowly entering you, feeling your tight twat with my whole length. You'd never be getting any from me again if you ever called me that in any way. I swallowed loudly. I was lost in the darkness, flailing and battling myself on the one hand. On the one hand, I respected his decision and self-control. On the other, he was challenging me. These people are so fucked up. He's at least pretending to take accountability and say, I can't have sex with you because I raped you and was a horrible husband. And until I'm mentally a lot more stable and grounded, I don't want to have sex with you because I'm worried I will do the violent bad things again. And she is going, challenge accepted. Now I have to make him fuck me. Even if I know that means him possibly losing control and getting violent and strangling me again. They're both horrible, 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 horrible people. I'm starting to get into the deserve each other territory. Tart and sweet. I can get that. That actually sounds not too bad. As long as the grape overpowers the cherry flavor. I'm wet, I blurted out. His fork hit the plate. You're cruel, he breathed, pushing away his unfinished pasta. Don't you want to taste me, darling? Yeah, we're counting that. We're counting that. We'll play with fire in just a minute. I raised one eyebrow playfully, provoking him. Yeah, she's intentionally provoking violent murderer rapist guy, because that's just really a smart thing to do. Massimo sat immobile, pinning me with his black stare, his teeth bit into his lower lip. Get yourself freshened up. I need to work. He pushed his chair out, took my empty plate, and left. I was dumbstruck and impressed at the same time. He had a lot more discipline than I had suspected. I'm sorry, does that even count as discipline? Fucking hell, I cursed, pushing my chair back loudly. Nobody wants to fuck me. Everybody's suddenly fucking celibate. Hey, you had your chance, girl. You were in bed with Nacho. You could have just taken your panties off and told him to come and get it. And he would have. A lot. I took the tiny dog in my hands and went upstairs to our bedroom to wash myself after the day. Taking a shower, I changed into lace underwear and went in search of my workaholic husband. My choice of attire wasn't accidental. I knew what Massimo liked. There's nothing worse for a woman than a man who says he can't or won't take her. No, there's plenty of things worse. That makes her do stupid things only to show that man that what his real desires and capabilities are. This has turned into the worst self-help book ever. What in the actual fuck? Like, it's these two trying to control each other in these stupid power dynamics, which aren't even real. Like, it's all just contrived bullshit. This is not how anything actually works. And if anybody actually acted like this in real life, you'd think they were so goddamn immature. Or just fucking crazy. You know, not that guys won't stick their dick in crazy. They certainly will. A lot. Because crazy is usually very good in bed. Holding Prada, I guess the dog's officially Prada, in my arms, I passed through the rooms. Also, you're bringing the dog to fuck? What are you gonna do with the dog? Leave the dog alone. It's innocent. And it's a puppy. I passed through the rooms, the office, and the guest bedrooms. He wasn't there. I finally went downstairs to the kitchen and put the dog on the counter. Oh, that's a good idea, because not like it's going to try to follow you and jump off and get hurt. Pouring myself another glass of wine. With the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the garden and froze. There were no security guards around, so it couldn't be Massimo's men on the terrace. I took the dog off the counter, afraid it would fall off if I left it on its own. Okay, at least she realizes this is a living thing. It's tiny and breakable. Slowly, I headed to the window. Outside, there was my husband. He was wearing loose trousers and nothing else. He was waving a stick. No! 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 If it says he's doing what I think he's, it's one of two things. One, I will barely tolerate, but if it's the thing that I think, no, 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 no. If he is doing what I think he's doing, this book needs to get out of my head. Oh, please be lying. Please don't be the thing I think it was about to say. He was waving a stick. His torso and hair were wet with sweat. His every muscle was tense. What he was doing resembled fighting his own shadow. The stick in his hands acted as a sword. I passed through the door. My furry little friend sprinted towards Massimo. Prada, I exclaimed, terrified he might step on her. That is one of the problems with teeny tiny little dogs. And they tend to, They tend to be bold. The man in black froze, and when the dog ran over to him, he grabbed her and walked to me. You won't have to call her, he asked with a smirk, leaning on his stick. I looked at him, captivated, admiring his beautiful body. My libido was raging. This woman is perpetually horny. Pushing me towards him. What is that? I pointed to the stick as he handed over the dog. This is called a Joe, a fighting implement. He ran his fingers through his hair, and I inhaled his scent. Okay, what is with people smelling each other in these books? I have never. It's not, I guess it's a thing, but I don't understand it. It hit me like a 10-ton truck. I returned to I returned to my training routine. It calms me down. He flourished the wooden weapon. This is a jodo, a modern version of Japanese fencing. An art of self-defense. Look, it is the thing. Oh God. He made a few more movements with the stick, assuming several very sexy poses. It was created more than 300 years ago, merging the techniques of kenjutsu, or the way of the sword, sojutsu. It's the thing that I thought it was. It's also called kendo. Book is not allowed to use this. This is out of my Hannibal universe that is protected in my bubble of things that nobody gets to make fun of. Why would you put this here? Why? Of all the things in the fucking world, why would you put this of all things? You could have just said jujitsu. You could have said Krav Maga. You could have just said karate, fencing, actual fencing. You could have put a million. You could have just gone for yoga, or Tai Chi. That's the one I'm thinking of. Tai Chi. Go for Tai Chi. Why? I cut him off by greedily pressing my lips to his. I don't give a fuck, I breathed. He released the stick and took me in his arms. We're gonna pause and play with fire because it'll make me feel better. Better. Alright. Time for fire. Right off the top, we had Darling. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. And then over here we have our first appearance of Baby Girl. Probably not the last. I have a feeling it's been a dark horse. It's been slow, but it's definitely making up for lost time. So, Baby Girl, bye bye. God, wait till you see how the last book burned. It was weird. And it smoldered forever. And second occurrence of Darling in just 3 pages. It's trying to be competitive. Not anymore. Oh, it doesn't smell like fireplace. Ew. But you might take one, he replied, and I felt a wave of desire crash over me. My husband, my cold, ruthless mob boss, my defender, and the love of my life was back. Okay, so you're saying you want him to drink and do coke and rape you? Because, again, ask for the things you want. But what the actual fuck? Like, does she have a death wish we don't know about? Also, apparently he's only her husband her defender and the love of her life when he's willing to just mindlessly, violently fuck her whenever she's in the mood, which is always. He lifted me up, wrapping my legs around his hips, and headed to the door, putting the dog in her bed and never breaking the kiss. Okay, at least they said he's putting the dog down. He carried me to the bedroom. We were completely engrossed in our lovemaking. Our hands explored each other's bodies. Our tongues flitted around each other at breathtaking speed. As we reached our destination, Massimo with the sat on the bed with me perched on his knees. With one fluid movement, he pulled my blouse off. I burned it a little before pressing his lips to my nipple and sucking. Okay, I can get down on that. I pulled my hand in his hair and he licked and bit my nipple. Okay, this may be the first sexy thing I've actually read in this book. I know, right? How are we ever supposed to know he was in the mob? They've never mentioned it before. Of all the 5,000 times they've mentioned it, they've never mentioned it before. Ugh. Maybe I need a sugar rush to keep awake. I was trying to be off caffeine today. That may have been a mistake. I can't, he gasped suddenly, pulling away. I don't want to hurt you. But I can. I slithered off his knees and pulled at his pants, blinded by desire. I practically ripped them off him before lowering myself to my knees and putting his erect cock into my mouth. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Massimo let out a wild bellow. Can these people ever make normal sex sounds? As I hungrily pushed his throbbing manhood deep down my throat. I'm going with yes, she does have a death wish. His hands landed on my head. You need to tell me, he gasped out. Tell me if it hurts. You have to. Shut up, Massimo. I barked and thrust his prick into my mouth again. Okay, now they're gonna break up because he's gotten all sensitive when she likes the violence and the hurting. I mean, I, I can get a little bit of where she is because I don't like violence, but I do like things that leave marks in the morning. And if it doesn't hurt a little bit, was it really worth doing? But you know, she takes it way, way too far. So does he. Not actually crying. I sucked him with delight, relishing every inch of his shaft. He controlled the tempo by holding my head, but it was a lot gentler than usual. He was reining himself in, keeping his wilder instincts at bay. I released his cock, pushed myself up, and straddled his hips. My legs were tightly wrapped around him. I pushed away the lace panties and impaled myself on his rock hard penis. Why is there always other words than hard? We know what it is. We know how sex works better than this book does. Massimo froze with his mouth open in a silent scream. He didn't move, only watched. His excuse me, his torso pumped air His torso pumped air as his eyes, wide and full of desire, looked at me. What does pump? His torso pumped air, AIR. I don't know what they're going for there. I want to fuck, I breathed, grabbing his hair and pulling him closer. No, he growled. What do you think you're doing right? You're riding his dick. That is fucking. Maybe it's not fucking to your satisfaction, but it is fucking. Then, turning abruptly but staying inside me, he rolled us over, ending up on top. He kept still. Massimo, I hurried him up angrily. His icy stare transfixed me. No, he repeated, but his hips pushed forward. I threw my head back and moaned, feeling him brushing against all the most sensitive spots. Please, baby girl. There we go. There we go. It's back in it. It's 2-2. Ag. Please, baby girl, he whispered, thrusting slowly. No, Massimo. I grabbed his ass and pulled him firmly towards me. I'm asking you. Yeah, see, this is where you need to talk. She's trying to tell you she likes it rough, bro. You're trying to hold back because you're afraid of hurting her again. This is why you should just get divorced because this is like an irreconcilable thing that I think. Unless he just goes back to being evil. Unless he goes, oh, you didn't want me to be a good non rapist, non violent person? Okay, just go back. Hi, Deacon. Hey, check out our new ducks. They came in the mail. They are the coolest thing ever. For a moment longer, he kept staring at me with sad, resigned eyes, wondering if he should listen. Then he assaulted me with his tongue, but his movements in my snatch were still slow and subtle. Oh, snatch. I hate that word. Practically undetectable. Wow, she's really going hard. All the time, his tongue fucked my mouth with the speed of a machine gun. That just sounds irritating. A couple seconds later, I suddenly felt his body tensing. Then a geyser of cum exploded inside me. They did spell it correctly. Massimo pulled away from me and hid his face in the crook of my neck. He shivered. You did it on purpose. My voice was accusatory. It cut through the silence. How could you? Did what? Did what? Did what? Didn't take her as roughly as she wanted. What is the accusation here? What is she so mad at? This book didn't make sense before and it got worse. How did it get worse? I tried pushing him off, but he was too heavy. I felt him shaking with laughter. Because this is a moment to laugh at her. You just had bad sex. She's angry, and this is a moment to laugh because you want her to murder you in your sleep. Baby girl! He laughed and propped his head on his hands. By the way, we have 3 places to burn it on one page, so brace for impact. And I'm going to start at the top and work my way down. He laughed and propped his head on his hands. What can I do? That's just how much you turn me on. I glared at him furious, but soon enough his mirth proved contagious, so I guess he can just... That's what I was thinking, Sarah! She was mad that he did that, but he's always done that. They've never used condoms. Supposedly she's secretly on birth control. I mean, she asked her friend for it, and we never got told if she got it or not. But we can assume, I guess, or we're supposed to, or she forgot about it because this book's stupid. That's what she's mad at. I'm thinking that's what she's mad at, but it's been like 3 weeks since she asked the friend for birth control, which granted, if Book knows what birth control is, it's not working by now because it takes a month, so it wouldn't be working yet. So that could be mad, but he doesn't know that she's on it. So he doesn't know that he's not supposed to, and I don't recall her saying so. Plus, he already did when he raped her. So, I don't know. I think you're right. I think the book just forgot a few things. I'll have to find myself a lover, I said, sticking my tongue out. A lover, he asked, narrowing his eyes. On this island? He shook his head knowingly. When you find one, let me know. I'd like to congratulate him for his bravery. In other words, I'm so important, everyone's afraid of me. And this is a desirable thing, apparently. He burst out laughing, took me in his arms, and bent me over his shoulder. I'll make it up to you, but first we need a shower. He slapped my ass playfully and carried me to the bathroom. Later, he really did make it up to me, licking my clit for an hour and giving me about a dozen orgasms. So I feel like after 3, I'd be done. And 3 is only if I really like you. And you know what you're doing. Because they don't talk, and he hasn't realized the book Laura would be traumatized by becoming pregnant so soon. Yes, that is true. And she did say she doesn't want to get pregnant again because it is too soon. It is too much. Yeah, that's not how that works at all. No, it's not. No, that's not how any of that works. But yeah, we could say maybe in the 10 days she ran away with Nacho, he got a clue. This is possible. But for now, let's play with fire. All right, starting at Baby Girl, which is becoming a big theme tonight. End of chapter, by the way. Okay, breathe in something I shouldn't have. Okay. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, a little more distance is good. I know, Deacon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I kind of inhaled fire a little bit. Or at least the smoke, because my throat's killing me. It'll go in a minute. And for the third time tonight, and definitely not the last, Baby Girl, again. How is the top smoldering again? I smushed it out. Now it's smoldering again. This is so... I think that's the most burnings we've ever had on one page. Look at us. Oh, that made my eyes water bad. I relit it. Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 10. We spent the next few days alone, just the two of us. Well, maybe you should have done that before you got married. Walled off from the world, facing new challenges. Massimo did his best not to fuck me. I did everything in my power to break through his resolve. They're so fucking healthy to each other, aren't they? These two are gonna end up killing each other. He trained a lot. At times I was worried he'd hurt himself. Each time he nearly gave in, he immediately fled and went back to his Jodo routine. If that continued, he'd soon look like a bodybuilder. But it was a beautiful, warm evening, perfect for some hot jacuzzi action. Don't do it in a jacuzzi. Oh, no, you don't, I cried out, putting Prada back in her bed and trying to pull Massimo's pants off. Let me go, the man in black threw me to the couch with a laugh. You'll hurt yourself. He tried catching my flailing arms and finally succeeded, immobilizing me and pushing them between two pillows. Nacho, stop! I exclaimed as my words clamped my mouth shut and froze, shocked. Oh, she called another guy's name. Did she spell that word wrong? No, Jodo. Yeah, Jodo. It's Kendo. I don't know why she's calling it Jodo. Probably because either she made it up herself or she doesn't know what it's called. But I know from the pants and the wooden thing. It's in the movie Hannibal Rising. It's Kendo. You know, or it could be called something different over there. We don't know. Or it's a bad translation. Massimo's hands tightened around my wrists so hard I winced in pain. He was crushing my bones. There we go. There we go. Now this is the real Massimo coming back. You're hurting me, I breathed, avoiding his eyes. Yeah, he's not going to care anymore. You said the guy's name. It's going to have him killed. Mystery Science 3000 approach is needed to suffer through this book. I don't know Mystery Science 3000. I love riff tracks. I've listened to a lot of riff tracks, but never. I don't know what Mystery Science Theater 3000 is. I know it's the same guys. The guys that used to do the actual Mystery Science Theater are the guys that now do riff tracks. And they have a lot of Mystery Science Theater stuff on that website, on the riff tracks website, if anybody's looking. But no, I haven't seen it. Them roasting all the Twilight movies, though, is one of the most hilarious things on planet Earth. And I actually have those. I have the Twilight riff tracks. We could watch those one night on movie night. We could space them out. We could do like one a week. We could totally watch the riff tracks for the Twilight movies. I also have the Lord of the Rings movies and Star Wars movies. And a few like random others as well. Ah, Jodo is the way of the staff, Kendo is the way of the bamboo sword. Okay. Well, she said he was using it like a sword. But it could be author confused the two. Used to come on the Sci-Fi Network when it was that. Yes, I remember when it was Sippy. Did any network change their logo and their name as much as the Sci-Fi Network? They spelled it like 5 different ways before dying. He released me and shot up, storming off to the kitchen to return a minute later with a vase in his hand. He smashed it on the wall. Okay, so his thing, rather than to smash her, was to go get a vase and smash that. Okay. I guess we can call that progress? What did you say? It was a shriek, a roar. The entire house shook with it. Only in the movies, babe. What did you call me? His fury was a red-hot conflagration. I imagined his clothes turning to ash on his skin. I'm sorry, I stammered, terrified. You should not be terrified of. What happened on Tenerife? I did not respond. Massimo leapt towards me and grabbed me by the shoulders. His fingers clawed into my skin as he lifted me from the ground. You better fucking tell me right now. I looked him in the eyes. Nothing, I whispered. Nothing happened on Tenerife. For a moment he watched me closely, believing me. No. Yes, and with the roaring again, just stop. Just stop it with that. Yes, thank you, Sarah Bellum, for doing the research. I'm still not sure which one she actually means, but we'll call it what's written. Aw, Butters said meow, meow to Butters, good boy. I am reading too much into her descriptions. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm off base. I'm off base today or something. We'll go with what she's calling it. It's a real thing. Ugh. Finally believing me, he put me down. I didn't usually lie, and that's what made my words plausible. Nothing had happened on Tenerife. But in Poland, a lot had happened in Poland, apparently. What do you mean, apparently? You were there! Since moments of pure joy and happiness, my mind was subconsciously reminded of the Canarian. Can we just stop? It sounds like something out of Star Wars. Why that name? Massimo asked in a terrifyingly calm voice, resting his hands on the mantelpiece of the fireplace. I don't know. I dreamed about a. I've dreamed a lot about. I've dreamed a lot about New Year's Eve lately. My subconscious clapped its non-existent hands at that masterful lie. Maybe I subconsciously relive what happened on the Canary Islands. I sat down on the couch, hiding my face in my hands so Massimo couldn't see its expression. It's still in me. Me too, he breathed and headed to the terrace. I didn't want to go with him. I was too afraid of what I've said or would say in the future. Everything was getting so good between us, and I'd fucked it up with a single word. I wondered what I should do, but there was no more strength in me. Not for another confrontation. I took the dog with me and went to the bedroom, laying down in my clothes. For a while we played, then I fell asleep. Thin barking woke me up. What is thin barking? I opened my eyes, but the light of the lamp blinded me. He fucked you. The sound of the words pierced through me like an icy stab. Admit it, Laura. See, I knew we weren't done with this. There's no way he believes it. He's never going to believe her. Like, ever. Even if she were telling the truth. I turned around and saw Massimo. Naked. With a glass filled with amber liquor in his hand. So he's drunk. This is great. He was sitting in the sofa chair by the table. An empty bottle stood on the tabletop. So not just drinking, but a lot of drinking. Yeah, I guess quiet or faint barking. Like, yeah, like Bo knows he's not supposed to bark when I'm sleeping because it wakes me up and then he gets in trouble. But if he absolutely has to, he will do like this little, like almost under his breath kind of barking where it's more his lips moving, less sound. Because, doggy's gonna doggy. And some things they're required by doggy DNA to bark at. And that's just the way it is. Just like they're required to sniff other dogs' butts or stick their head in your purse if there's food in it. I hope the movie is gloriously bad. I hope it goes out with a bang of being absolutely the worst in the most laughable, comical way. I mean, hey, all three of them were nominated for multiple Razzies, and all three of them, I believe, at least one. So there is that. Did he do it the way you like it? The next question made my throat constrict. Did he enter all holes? Did you let him? Okay, so he's really drunk. Oh, Butter's got treats? Good boy. Has he killed the duck yet? The growl in his voice was so horrible. I quickly gathered the dog into my arms, huddling. Are you serious? I asked. I was silently praying for God to grant me the strength to survive what was coming. You should not be doing this. If it's your husband, girl, run and stay gone this time. You insult me if you think I don't give a flying fuck what you have to say. The man in black barked sharply. So he's already decided he knows everything. He rose and took a few steps towards the bed. And you won't give a fuck about me in a moment. He downed his drink and put the glass on the table. After I rip your ass in two with my cock, Okay, how dark is this gonna get? This is supposed to be a stupid, fluffy, idiot romance based off of 50 Shades. We're getting into actual evil murder territory here. This better skip. Scenes from Lagos flashed through my mind. I couldn't let that happen again. This is why you don't come back. Holding the innocent white ball of fur. I swear to God, if anything happens to the dog, I swear to God. I launched myself at the door, ran through it, and slammed it shut in Massimo's face. I sprinted down the corridor, running as fast as I could. I could hear his steps behind me, following me. Then all of a sudden, the house shook with a great clangor. 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 It's a real word. I didn't look back to see what it was. Also, for those who were watching Witches of Eastwick last night, now I have the scene from the end where Jack Nicholson is chasing them through the house playing in my head, because that's what it sounds like. Meow, 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 Butters. Oh, a puppy is whooping in his sleep. He's on the couch, but I can hear him. He's being loud. He sounds so cute. His book sounds like it's a journal from the author. Yeah, it's weird. The structure's always been weird because it's in third person, but it's her telling it. She's the narrator. It's very weird. Clangor, which is a noun apparently. Trying to remember what noun is a person. Wait, isn't a noun a person, place, or thing? Am I confusing them? I probably am. Grammar is not my thing. Refers to a loud, resonant, harsh, and often continuous or repeating metallic sound. Nice. Yes, it's a person, place, or thing. I guess that counts as a thing. Practically flying down the stairs, I reached the kitchen. I grabbed the car keys from the counter and ran out of the house barefoot, jumping into the Lambo. This may be the first smart thing she's done in the entire series. Don't be afraid, little buddy, I cooed, more to reassure myself than the dog. I pressed the button, switching the engine on, and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The car launched itself ahead with shocking velocity. Something hit the window. I could clearly hear the crack. It was Massimo, half mad with anger, trying to catch me. My eyes teared up, but I knew if he managed to drag me out of the car, he'd cause me as much pain as he was feeling himself. The gate opened for me, but too slow. I shot terrified glances into the rearview mirror, patting the steering wheel nervously. Come on, you fucking piece of trash, I screamed. When the gap was barely wide enough, I shot through the gate in the black supercar, tires screeching. I noticed something down on the floor. My bag. Thank God Massimo had told me to leave it here. I reached inside and fished out my cell phone. I'd had it connected to a power bank days before. The battery was barely clinging to life. Okay, girl, charge your freaking phone. Like who the hell doesn't who leaves their phone in the car for several days? I dialed Dominic and waited. Those were the longest 3 rings of my life. So how are you two doing? His voice was happy and carefree. I could hear Olga shouting something in the background. He wants to do it again, I cried in panic, though I could barely form the words. I'm running away, but he's chasing after me. If he sends his people after me, they'll take me to him and he'll do it again. Dominic went quiet. I knew why. My friend was with him. And she still thought my husband was the perfect man. No, she didn't. Olga has had beef with him from the beginning. She doesn't like him. No, she doesn't think he's the perfect man. This has never happened. Not the Lambo. Yes, not the ugly sports car. Does she know how to drive a stick? That's a good question. Is it a stick? Are Lamborghinis all a stick? I certainly wouldn't know how. Tell her I can't decide which wine to pick for dinner. Dominic kept silent. Tell her, goddammit, and move away from her. I heard him feigning amusement and repeating my words. Olga, shut up. What's going on? Dominic growled into the receiver. He got drunk again and tried. I paused. He tried. I choked on my tears. Where are you? I'm driving the highway to Catania. Okay, go to the airport. A plane is going to be waiting. Board it and I'll call off the men. If he's wasted, he'll have already called them. Okay, so I guess she's going somewhere? Like, girl, just stay there. We're like halfway through. We're not even how are we not even halfway through? This is not that long of a book. No, we're not quite halfway through. But, like, what is this? This is the 5th or 6th time she's running away from him. Granted, this one's justified. What? She's gonna run away for another 10 days and then wind up going back to him and rinse repeat. Like, I'm sorry, I could not be friends with somebody like this. Even if I like them, if they were doing this repeatedly in a relationship, I'd be like, yeah, I'm not gonna stand around and wait for him to kill you, which he's clearly going to do. So, I'll be at your funeral, but other than that, I'm so done. I stopped breathing, nearly suffocating. Don't be scared, Laura. I'll get this sorted, Dominic said. What exactly are you going to do? Where am I going? I cried out, sobbing. You'll come here, but for now, let me get everything prepared. How far away is Dominic? Like, did he leave the island so they could have some time? Like, what? 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 I drove like a madwoman, stepping on the accelerator with my bare foot. My tiny white companion mewled on the passenger seat. I put the dog on my knees. It took her no time at all to curl up into a ball and fall asleep. When I finally boarded the plane, a stewardess brought me a blanket. I wrapped myself in it. Do we have vodka? I asked, knowing full well how I looked, barefoot, wearing a sweatsuit, with completely no makeup on. Yeah, because that's the worst thing right now. Of course. She placed some disposable slippers at my feet. On the rocks with a splash of lemon, I said, and the girl nodded with a smile. I didn't drink the liquor, but it wasn't every day my husband tried to rape me. No, just like every other day. When the glass appeared in front of me, I first took a couple of sedatives which I found in my bag and then downed the glass in 3 gulps. This is a good thing to do. Sedatives with straight vodka. For somebody who doesn't usually drink vodka. Want to tell me what happened? Asked Dominic when I opened my eyes again. Where am I? I pushed myself up on my elbows. I was on a mattress. Don't worry. He stood up from an armchair and walked to the bed, holding me down. Why is he doing? Why are you holding her down? Why? Where are you? He fixed me with a sad stare of his big black eyes. I tried not to cry. I failed. Tears streaked down my face as I hugged him. I spoke to him during the night. Dominic snorted derisively. Though that's an overstatement. From what I gathered, it's about Tenerife. I wiped my eyes with the hem of the comforter. We fooled around, and I said the word nacho. I dropped my eyes and waited for the inevitable blow, but it didn't come. Dominic kept silent. I don't know why I said it. Seriously. Then I woke up at night and he was there. Naked, drunk, and on some drugs, I think. I thought I saw a baggie of cocaine on the table. I lifted my eyes again, looking at Dominic. I couldn't hide my disappointment and pain. He was about to rape me again. The tears stopped. The pain was changing into anger. There we go. She's finally getting around to anger. Yes, thank you, Cerebellum. This is my fucking point right now. Yes. And definitely, and Lambos aren't ugly. It's the only decent car she mentioned. Kind of depends on which one. I've seen some that are nice, but some that are not. Usually takes 7 times for someone to leave. I've heard that. Yes, we know how much you hate this book. Yes! Okay, this is my big point. Yes. Why did she call Dominic? He is Massimo's man. He's his brother. Literally his half-brother. and his second in command in the mob. He'd be the last person you call. This is why I'm waiting. I think this is why, as soon as it said that Dominic is holding her down, my next thought is because if she sits up, she's going to see Massimo standing 10 feet behind him because he's there. Because, of course, that's Dominic's first loyalty. Like, of course it is. Yeah. Right? Like, this makes no sense. Dominic's expression didn't change. His eyes were fixed on mine. He must have stopped breathing, too. So they're both dead and I can stop breathing. God damn it, he muttered at last, grimacing. I need to go back to Sicily. I sent some guys over yesterday. Massimo has wrecked the house. Are we surprised? That's what these guys do. Says the guy who, by the way, last time it was him wrecking the house and smashing the sports car, trying to kill his girlfriend. Now we just have Massimo doing the same thing a month later. He shook his head disbelievingly. But he's the boss, the head of the family. We can't keep him anywhere against his will. When he sobers up, he'll come right here and then... Yeah, see, Dominic's even saying, we can't stop him from doing anything. She definitely used Massimo's plane to run away from him. This is definitely true. And then I'll leave with him. I finished for him. And then I'll leave him. I finished for him. It's over. Oh, are you actually going to leave? I got up and went to the window. It's really over. I want a divorce. My voice was composed and firm. Well, she has cause. He's never going to let her go, though, and we all know it. You can't do this to him, Laura. I think she can. I can't? Just watch me. I stepped closer to him. How do you imagine my life will look after all this? I had to run from my own husband, barefoot, with my dog. At least I was fortunate enough that I could get away this time. The old bruises haven't even faded yet, and he was ready to give me some new ones. Okay, she's finally engaging something resembling a brain. Too bad he's never going to let her go. Because he will track her down no matter what, and he will rape her again, and then he will kill her. Probably accidentally, and then he'll cry about it, and then he'll magically have a vision of another woman and kidnap her and start the whole thing over again. I shook my head. There's no going back. You can tell him that. I flailed my arms in Dominic's face. Not his money, not his power, and not that fucking mafia of yours will keep me at the side of a man who only uses me as a cum dumpster. You're just figuring this out now? Took her a year and a half. Persnickety with the good point. And this is the guy she referred to as the love of her life about 3 pages ago. Yep. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. While trying to encourage him to have violent, rough sex with her. When he was trying not to. This doesn't excuse anything he's not, of course, and he's still a rapist. But, yeah. Oh, I forgot to add one to somebody as a rapist. It still counts. Then he will say he found God while in prison. He's definitely not going to prison. But speaking of which, I'm pretty sure, and this is somebody who's already done the I found God thing. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure Russell Brand's trial for SA in the UK, and I believe he's facing similar charges in America. I think his trial starts sometime this week, which made me really, really wish that the UK live streamed its trials because I would cover that like I covered the Russ trial in a heartbeat. But they don't. But I'm sure the local tabloids will get pictures of him entering and leaving each day. All right, Dominic sighed, but I won't be able to stop him if he wants to see you. And you should tell him you're leaving him yourself. This is true, but do it long distance. I will, I confirmed with a resolute nod. I will tell him, when the right time comes. For now, I'm giving you reasons to keep him away from me. I don't know if this time it will be enough. He shook his head. I will tell him. I think he won't fall for it twice, but we'll see. He offered me a glass of water. Olga knows you're here because you had a spat. Tell her as much as you want. It won't come between you two. He went to the door. The villa is property of the family. You'll have everything you need here. Olga's still asleep. Please do something so that she won't want to kill me after she wakes up and finds out I went away. He left. I took a shower and found a dog cage downstairs. Prada was inside. I knelt and took my puppy out, thanking God she was still with me. I'd managed to take her with me, but what would have happened if I left her? Yeah, he's definitely gonna kill the dog. That's definitely gonna happen, and then I'm gonna set a lot of things on fire. Oh God, she's so cute. Olga's squeal brought me to my feet. I nearly choked the dog. Okay, don't squeeze the puppy. Give it to me. Let me hold it, please, please. Olga stamped her feet like a little girl. God, you're so stupid. I gave her the dog and sat at the table watching as she smothered her with hugs. And now don't even try to sell me any bullshit. Tell me what happened. Okay, also fair. I want a divorce, I sighed. And before you start blabbering, let me tell you why. Olga put the dog down and sat next to me. I went to Poland because Massimo, and once again the words didn't want to pass my throat. Back in Lagos, I stammered. He was drunk and high, and I returned too late. And I took a deep breath. He loved me. At least she's finally saying it. Olga blanched. I know how this sounds, I continued. We're married, after all. We like it rough. But when it gets really brutal and happens against your will, it's rape, nothing else. Wow, I bet lawyers made them put that line in because this book doesn't know the difference. Nothing else. I still have some of the bruises. I shrugged. Now I got back to Sicily and everything was great for a moment. Until I called him Nacho. You're shitting me, Olga cried out and then piped down immediately. You're telling the truth. You really called him that. Seriously? That's what got you going? Yeah, talk about underreacting. Well, you know, she tried, making a weird face. I just... Oh, for a second the book was almost in the, realm of the angels. Now we get this. I just don't understand how you can rape someone you're with. But yeah, I hear you, and I get it. But calling him that was a low blow. Okay, it was an accident. She wasn't doing it to insult him. And of course you can rape someone. There's a whole category of the words date rape. The entirety of the 90s. Roofies. That video from Yale. Ugh. This was written in the 2020s. Let's just remind the universe of that. This is not 100 years old. This was written in the 2020s. And they're arguing over the definition of rape and if you can rape somebody that you are with. Also, rape is cheating and consensually screwing somebody else as long as you both keep your clothes on and there's no vaginal penetration, because there were other kinds of penetration. As long as he doesn't put it in the pussy, then you're okay and that's not cheating. Being raped is cheating, and they're arguing over whether you can rape somebody you're with. This is her only friend in the world. Take the dog and leave. Everyone. Olga too. Screw her. Let her live her overgrown infantilism life with Dominic. She seems very happy. Be happy for her at a distance. Take the dog. Don't go home to your parents. They're terrible people as well. Move to Australia and date the MMA guy. I mean, he seems like the only actually kind of decent guy in this whole thing. Ugh. I know. I blurted it out. In Poland, I had a great time with him. What? Olga exclaimed again. I winced. That Spaniard was in Poland? Canarian, I muttered, resigned. The story is longer than you think. Olga said, incredulous look. I sighed. All right, I'll tell you. So I had to recount the entire tale once again. When I finished talking about the events of the previous night and took to justifying Dominic's absurd abrupt departure, Olga interrupted me. The situation is this, she said. Here it goes. Pure guesswork passed on as facts. Let's hear it. Your husband is an impulsive, aggressive, and unpredictable drug addict and an alcoholic. Well, he's definitely a drug addict. I don't know if we can call him an alcoholic. Impulsive and aggressive, yes. Other things, yes. Yeah, seriously, like take a year off the dating. Because, yeah, therapy important. Oh, almost time for the burn video. Let me see it. We are okay. We're not close enough to the next chapter to wait for that, so we'll just pick a moment to pause, and I'll play the burn video in the next 5 minutes. Your husband is an impulsive, aggressive, and unpredictable drug addict and an alcoholic. I nodded weakly. And Nacho is the seductive, gentle, tattooed kidnapper. Okay, so we're just laying it out. Laying it out. She took a sip of her coffee. Your story is pretty one-sided, don't you think? You don't want to be with Massimo anymore, and I can't blame you. But remember that he used to be different. No, he didn't! No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He has never been any different than he is right now. He has never been any different. He might be a little more open about it, and there's more coke going on, but he has never been any different. He has never acted any differently. And if we go back to the beginning, the sex then was not consensual either. The repeated groping and tying her to the bed and making her watch while he got blown by a whore. None of that was consensual at all, and she was against it for a long time. Then, of course, the brainwashing kicked in, and so she was fully for it for a while. But now he's gone too far. But he's never been any different. Olga's expression grew sad. She looked at me with concern. Remember how you came to my place and talked for hours about him? You were madly in love then, Laura, and you spoke of Massimo like he was God himself. Yes, with a penis designed by the devil, we remember. I'm never going to get that line out of my head because it's so funny. Don't you forget we were only really... don't forget that we only really know people when they're at their worst. Oh, are they going to pull the, I said to love, honor, and cherish, and you don't abandon someone when they're in trouble? Are they going to pull that bullshit? She was right. I didn't really know Nacho. I couldn't be sure his demons wouldn't change him in the future. For more than 6 months, I hadn't suspected my husband was even capable of hurting me. Okay, you are a dumb broad if that's true, because all he's done is hurt you. You very much knew that he was capable. You were just in delusional brainwash land for a little while, and now it's wearing off. Not to mention this shit show. I can't take it anymore, I whispered, dropping my head to the glass tabletop. I'm just too exhausted. She's going to find out she's pregnant and go back to him or something stupid like that, right? The fuck you are. Look where we are. Olga spread her arms and turned around. This is the party capital of the world. Why is her answer to everything party? Why? We have this great house, cars, a boat, jet skis, and no bodyguards at all. In other words, we're children with daddy's credit card and we can do whatever we want. She lifted her index finger. We're free, beautiful, and close enough to being thin for it to count. Ew. You mean you are, I laughed. I'm so thin my butt bones are showing. And why is it exactly we don't have any security? I asked. Dominic is all the protection I need, Olga replied, raising an eyebrow. Besides, he's not as overprotective as Massimo. It's true. She inhaled to say something, but that's when my phone vibrated. All right, we're going to take a break right there to watch some fire. Okay, bookmark. So I don't lose my place. And because I need something with sound to hook up the screen and make it work, we're going to hear a little bit for a second.
Tea. And they said yes.
Okay. Because if there isn't sound playing when I click something, no sound will play. Sorry for the vertical filming. I was super tired. But it didn't smoke up my bathroom like hardly at all. But here we go. Hopefully the volume's not too loud. Actually, turn it down a little. So this is the last book, 365 Days This Day, getting its rightful end. And I hope everybody likes it, because I worked really hard on it. I'm going to take myself off the screen so I'm not in the way. Here goes nothing. Are you asking me to treat you like a whore? Is that what you want? Lifting her hips to see my trophy in all its glory. She was exhausted. I pinned her arms above her head. She was going to resist what I was going to do now. I will not risk losing you or the two of you, so forgive me, but I will tell you what to do. You're acting like a whore, he hissed. But you're my whore. That hard, inhuman, ruthless man was showing me affection. I need you to be courteous and do as I say. Do not act out or speak against me in any way. This is what I'm talking about, he thundered. Don't talk back to me. If you weren't pregnant, I'd stop the car right now and spank you. Then I'd do that thing I've already done to that pretty round butt of yours. Don't overstep your bounds, girl. His reaction scared me. His arm shot out and his hand wrapped around my throat. Don't ever tease me like that again, he growled and rammed his cock inside me. He didn't rape me. He only made me more susceptible to his charms with some drugs. Everything around me seemed perfect and harmonious. The house, the cars, the garden, my life at the side of an incredible man. And still I found problems. What was wrong with me? That imperious tone he adopted at times made me do his bidding without question. He wouldn't forget me, or ever accept that I wasn't his anymore. Massimo is so pissed off he doesn't even talk to me. He only orders me around. It's getting on my nerves. My wonderful husband had opened up to me. His punishment for me was his sincerity. His lips were kissing each tear streaking down my face. I slid my fingers inside you. You were so wet. And even though you were unconscious, you moaned in ecstasy when you felt them. You really want to know what's going on? Why? Why do we need to know, Laura? As long as we can live this idyllic life, I don't care. I'm happy. Thank you for kidnapping me. Dangerous, imperious, violent, and wholly mine. Are mobsters, pimps, and murderers. The violence of what he did with his hands was making me red hot with lust. He strangled me, but very skillfully. There was madness in his eyes. His hands held me in a vice-like grip. My feet dangled in the air. I couldn't breathe. You're so sexy when you get mad. His dick grew so hard it nearly broke in half. Let me go. God damn it, Massimo, tell him to release me. I tried getting, but he sat astride me and pinned me down. I gave you an order, he roared in my face. No normal woman would take a man that keeps wrecking furniture and cars trying to kill her. You're the best husband in the world. When the door closed, I shrieked and stamped my feet. Suck me off right now, he commanded as my knees touched the floor. I won't hurt you. Don't be afraid. He offered me a pill. Open your mouth. You have a sweet pussy. And was that? How did I do? Longest day I've ever spent looking for music. The YouTube library was having trouble understanding what I wanted. But I think it came out okay. It did burn very intensely, which made it look super dark on the video, even though I was in a well-lit room with the flash on. It just looked really, really dark once the fire got going. Not exactly sure why it did that, but it looked pretty cool, I thought. And eventually it found good music, so it worked out. Oh. Once we burn this, that'll be our last burn video for a while. We know there's another E.L. James book coming. When that gets out, of course, we will eventually read it and torch it. It's required. But until then, I'm going to be reading a series that I have no intention of burning because I'm hoping it is not terrible. I don't know if it'll be, like, actually good or, just good for a romance erotica type novel. It's definitely more, it's less X-rated than this. I know just because I know the author. There will still be X-rated scenes, but they won't be like this. And they will be better, I hope, because I've read several books by this author. Not this series that I'm going to be doing upcoming, different series, granted. And I don't know how far this one goes because I didn't want to look and ruin it. But we'll be reading the first one of a new series after this, and hopefully it's a lot better than this. That book is made out of pure poisons. Thank you for saying it was well done, though. For something like that, yeah. It's him. Shaking with fear, I glanced at Olga. So what? He's not going to jump out of that phone. She silenced the chiming ringtone. He's just a guy. Dump him and forget him like any other. Okay, girl, you are not fully appreciating the situation. He won't be your last, and you can just ignore the phone. I fucking will, I snapped, rejecting the call. I need to go shopping. I only have my pajamas with me. Wow, this is the one time they're actually justified in going shopping. The phone vibrated once more. I rejected the call again. He's going to keep at it the whole day. I flattened myself on the table, resigned. I'm a wizard. I'll free you from what ails you, Olga exclaimed. Picked up the vibrating phone and switched it off. Yeah, seriously, pull the battery. See? She grinned and tossed the device back onto the tabletop. Now come, let's get dressed and get out of here. We're on Ibiza. The weather's great and the world is our oyster. Okay, I actually know Ibiza. It's just off the coast of England, and it's I think it might be near Greece. It's a huge party place. That's pretty much all it's known for is tourism and a lot of sex. And super high rates of STDs. She dragged me off my chair, taking me with her and nearly knocking out my teeth on the edge of the table. Somebody gonna buy some dog food, by the way? I bet the puppy's hungry. I had exactly 0 pairs of briefs with me. Was that a problem? Not at all. I liked wearing no underwear anyway. Ugh, can't stand not wearing underwear. But I had no shoes, and that was a catastrophe. Luckily, Olga wore the same size as I. Among hundreds of her hooker style super high heels, I finally managed to pick out a pair of white Giuseppe Zanato platform heels. That is definitely brand name drop. Sighing with relief, I grabbed a pair of high waisted shorts that revealed most of my ass and a loose belly button length top. I topped off the outfit with a Prada, there we go, another one, handbag. It's not referring to the dog. Oh, I'm glad you like the music. It was worth the struggle to find it. Yeah, it gets all like weird and like trippy at the end, which I liked. So uh, 20 to 10. No wonder I'm hungry. What is hooker style? I used to wear 6-inch heels at work. Girl, 6-inch heels or you're in the hooker zone. But usually on boots, any boots with stiletto heels, boots that come above your knee, those are always hooker boots. Anything with a clear heel or any clear parts of the shoe, those are hooker. If you're wearing like doomy pumps at work, that's not hooker. That just says I'm available. Oh, Deacon, have you seen the if you know either game theory or film theory, those channels with Matt Pat, there's also a style theory channel where they tested the deadliness of various heels, and it's completely worth a watch. It's very entertaining. And yes, stilettos are they were tennis shoes. They were tennis shoes with 6-inch heels. I know the ones. Oh my god, I know the ugly ass pair of shoes you mean. I think I know what you mean. I think I remember when like some idiot sneaker company tried to make high heels, and yeah, they were like chunky block heels. Yeah, they were like basketball shoes turned like high heels, and they didn't catch on. Oh yeah. I fell to my knees and said no more. Are you quoting this in, is it Shania Twain? Black Eyes, Blue Tears? They were Converse, yeah. Yeah. I know exactly the ones you mean. And is that the song that you're referencing? Yeah, Black Eyes, Blue Tears by Shania Twain, I think. There's a movie called What's Love Got to Do with It? I didn't know this. Oh, Culver's has a website. Okay, I will admit their burgers look good. But apparently, yes, they do put the lettuce and tomato on the bottom. Why would you ever do that? That is not okay. Okay, we found the shoes. Way to go, Cerebellum. Those look like they would be, like, seriously, just strap fucking plate weights to your feet. Because those things have got to be heavy AF. And they look like the most uncomfortable things in the world. Like, they look horribly, horribly uncomfortable. And like they would be just very, 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 very difficult to walk in. Now, as Beyonce when she was airing out Jay-Z, yeah, the fact that she stayed with him, like, you know, but Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith never got divorced, but apparently haven't lived together in like 9 years, and she's with somebody else. But yeah, those are some very impractical shoes that I would not even want to walk around the store in. But thank you very, very much for finding them. Because I do enjoy seeing all these things, very much so. Because the lettuce under the tomato and the patty keeps the the bottom unsoggy. Okay, could have a point there. I don't like soggy bread. This is why I don't want to try Uncrustables. May anyone who watches Only Cops with me forgive me, but I don't want to try Uncrustables. They have been frozen in their bread, and I don't like weird textures on bread, and I don't see how you get it to have a normal bread texture when it's been frozen and then you're heating it up. Or even if you just thaw them, how are they not just mush? Will doesn't believe in divorce. Oh, interesting. If that's actually true, he's an idiot. And also, she doesn't need his permission to get divorced. I'm not saying it's not more difficult when one party doesn't consent, but you can get divorced without their consent. Prada handbag. I picked up my little dog and was ready to go. You look like Paris, Olga said with a smile. Very celeb-like. And that dog. Oh, we're making a 90s Paris Hilton reference. She snorted with laughter. What was I supposed to do with the little fur ball? Leave her? I frowned. She'd be bored. And shopping is just the greatest, isn't it? Even dogs must love it. You know what? You know what? The stores aren't going to love the stores with like the $2,000 T-shirts and the $8,000 Givenchy boots. They're not going to love your puppy being in their store, getting puppy fur on things and peeing on things and chewing and slobbering on things. Hi, Sadale. Good to see ya. Thank you for stopping by on my birthday stream. The texture on them is fine to me. Just thaw them on the counter for 30 to 45 minutes. Once they thaw, they go stale within a few hours, even in the packaging. Oh. It probably means they have a lot of preservatives. Or not enough, depending how you look at it. But does the bread go back to like... Does it go back to like normal bread that hasn't been frozen texture? That's actually a pretty good thought time. Thank you for the happy birthday. It's technically my birthday at midnight because Sunday is my birthday, but at midnight it will be my birthday, and I have cake pops in the fridge that I will run and get one of at midnight. And so, if you have anything sweet in the house, try and have it on hand for midnight, and we can cheers with cake or whatever sweets you've got around. But now we're taking a tiny little dog shopping because that would so be allowed. Like, even if it's in one of those purse carriers, most stores here will not let you in with a dog. Exception for like service dogs, obviously. Even though a couple stores have gotten roasted for that because they didn't want to let somebody's seeing eye dog in. And it's like, you don't really have a choice. And seeing eye dogs are like the best trained things in the world. They're not going to chew the shoes, but a little puppy will. Puppies will chew anything. They're puppies. Like the first dog I ever had, the first night that we had it, little puppy found my mom's glasses and chewed them into tiny pieces. 'Cause puppy. I grinned and pushed the door open. Our villa was very different from the mansion in Tormina. Modern, sharp shapes, an ever-present glass, and a sterile look like a surgery room. Oh, I hate those kind of houses. They're so boring and there's no privacy. There was no coziness about it. Everything was white, cold blue, and gray. A huge living room opened to an expansive terrace, divided only by a large wall of glass. Behind that, there was a steep slope leading straight down to the sea. On the front side of the villa lay a garden with palm trees and white gravel instead of grass, and a blood-red Aston Martin DBS Volante Cabero was parked in the driveway. That is all the name of a car. I know Aston Martin because that's James Bond. That's the James Bond car. So I know Aston Martin. But this is an Aston Martin DBS Volante Volante Cabero B A C A B R I O. Ugh. That punched me right in the dyslexia. That is just what? I know Aston Martin's the James Bond car. I have no idea what the rest of that means. Don't look at me like that, Olga said as I rolled my eyes at the sight of her showy ride. I mean, admitted, blood red is like my favorite color, so at least it's a decent color. But we have a Hummer too. Oh, there we go. The world's most obnoxious car before Cybertrucks. Before Cybertrucks, if you really wanted to tell the world you were a super rich raging douchebag, the Hummer was the way. Not quite Cerebrum. It's Cabrio. I'm possibly not pronouncing that correctly. But of course they have a Hummer because they're still legal in Europe. They were banned here like immediately for the damage they do to the roads and the fact that they take up more than they're wider than lane of traffic. And I live in a city with like notoriously narrow streets anyway. Like there are streets you can't drive down after a really big snow because you just can't. I have seen a Cybertruck in person. I actually saw one on the street. It was weird. They are just the ugliest things. Would you rather what would you rather take? This or the Waffle House on wheels? She pointed her chin at the huge vehicle parked a dozen feet further away. I walked to the passenger door of the red one. You know what the biggest advantage of this car is? She asked as I made myself comfortable in the white leather seat. Ugh. Look, she pointed to the simple, elegant dashboard. It's a car, not a spaceship. Not an airplane with thousands of buttons everywhere. A ride for a woman. Okay. That'll be a nice car commercial in the movie. I was astonished to see. Oh, excuse me. What what brands had their boutiques on this small island? That's because it's a massive tourist destination. So shopping is going to be a big thing there, and they know where the money is. And also, I'm adding 2 for shouting out brands, because car brands count. There's one at your son's campus that's wrapped in holographic rust? Like, that's somebody's idea of a joke? I kind of want to see that. If you see it again, try and get a picture. Everything I needed was at arm's reach. Etty. Any pricks of conscience I might have had at spending my husband's money evaporated like the smoke from Olga's cigarette. Oh, I would buy way more than I needed and expensive shit I didn't even want just to be a fucking bitch right now. I would go all the way and see if that credit card had a limit. We bought swimsuits, tunics, slippers, sunglasses, beach bags, shoes, and dresses. Oh, here we go. Victoria's Secret, Chanel, Christian Louis Vuitton, Prada, where my tiny little puppy peed a little. See, this is why they don't want your dog in the store. Balenciaga, Dolce and Gabbana. There's 6. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I screwed up. 4, 5, 6. I'm out of space for designer brands. Need tape, don't have tape. It's the only way they're semi-decent looking is if they are mirror finish polished. Yeah, because they do look dull. That's the thing. They look really dull. Yeah, but if they're shiny, isn't that like distracting to other drivers? Like, aren't they like too reflective when they're driving? My son calls them incompletely rendered. I agree with your son. That is accurate. That is some high level wit. That is very accurate. He is right. They look like Minecraft fell into the real world, and he's right. It didn't completely render. I don't know. I feel like, as with 50 Shades, because 50 Shades did the brand name dropping thing to a high degree as well. And name dropped artists galore as well in all of her books, not just 50 Shades, the other ones too. The other ones had more artists and brand names, and then commercials. But I think that authors like this do put that shit in there, hoping that when it comes time to make the movies, those brands will want their product placement and will pay for it, or alternately, that they will find out that they are mentioned in these books, and when the movies start getting made and there's a lot of publicity, that they will send the author the items in this book so she can post it on TikTok and say, hey, it's the thing from the book and they sent me one for free, so I'm showing it up and this is not a paid endorsement and blah, blah, blah. Or something, one of the two. One of the two. Yeah, but since it is the halfway point, one stretch break, because I'm just realizing I haven't stretched. I haven't stretched at all. Ignore the redness under my arm, it's going away. I got a heat rash and it sucks. Ugh, that looks so much worse than I thought it did. I'm putting my arms down. Yeah, that's my thought. Like, you're not allowed. That's why you can't have, like, other than headlights and, like, turn signals and stuff, you can't have exterior lights or anything shiny on your car here. Because it's distracting to other drivers. That's why you can't do it. Because I remember when those Remember for a while in like the early 2000s when putting black lights under your car was a thing? Like, that got banned practically the quickest I've ever seen anything banned here. And it got banned quickly in other places too, because, yeah, very distracting to other drivers. Don't do that. Like, that's why here you can't have anything. We don't have that stupid ass law that says you can't have anything hanging from your rearview mirror, but you're not allowed to have a mirror hanging from it or anything like shiny that could distract somebody else. If it's one of those like, Christmas tree air fresheners, which literally everybody has, nobody cares, or fuzzy dice or whatever, it's fine as long as it's not reflective. You think in Atlanta they're still allowed? Oh, that would be bad. That would be really bad. Ugh. And just to remind anybody, if you would like to add some ducks after our Culver's ducks, who are looking amazing. And making me hungry. Ugh. I gotta figure a way to eat and not throw up on Saturdays, because going all day without food is hard. But if you would like to add some more ducks, we do have all these rando ducks for $10 each. If you would like me to reach in and draw a rando duck and add it to our pantheon of ducks. They've never been out of this bag. They would like their freedom. Or we have our painted ducks. By the way, still need ideas for painted ducks. If there's anything that you would like to see in duck form, send me a message. I will do my best. If it's something I've never heard of, please provide a picture of the exact version of the thing that you mean. Because a lot of things have different versions of it. If you want a specific version of something, please be specific. But seriously, if you have ideas for painted ducks, leave them in the Discord. I will do my best for you. And you don't have to sponsor it. I'm not suggesting a duck doesn't mean sponsoring a duck. It just means giving me an idea for painted ducks, because I have a lot of ducks that still need painting and I need some ideas. So we have Rooster Duck, A Christmas Story Duck, Evil Knievel Duck, and Yoshi. If you would like a painted duck, please specify or I will choose one at random. Above that, for $25, we have handcuffs for the rest of the evening. Real police issue handcuffs. There's a key in here and a key on a string because we practice safety here. So we have these lovely black handcuffs. I feel like I need a neon pink pair just to be annoying. Or for the grand sum of $50, if you would like to get me high on sugar, we have Skittles drink mix, which is somehow a thing. We tried the green apple. We have not tried the grape, the orange, or the strawberry, or seen what very, 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 very intense colors they will turn a glass of water. I would kind of like to see. So we have these that, while they can say zero sugar because they're not lying, are the sweetest things freaking ever. They're like 90% sugar, 5% food coloring, and 5% the flavor that's on the label. But they're actually not too bad. So we have those as an option, and I do have water. Which, actually, let me refill while I think about it, because I'm parched. There we go. If the lights are the correct color for the direction they face, most states will allow it, but most people don't have the right colors, and the cops don't enforce it because it's a very small fine. I can get that. It's like, you're not supposed to do it, but it's a waste of our time, kind of like jaywalking or similarly dumb stuff. But if you're a semi, it's $100 a light, and points on your license. Whoa, $100 per light. Ooh, that could get expensive fast. And I would imagine the points on your license are a bigger concern, because if you get X number of points on your license, your ability to drive a semi truck goes away. Like, that's why cab drivers here are really careful, because like losing your license, like fully losing your license, I believe is 6 points here, but you lose your right to drive a cab if you get 4 points. So the rules are different if you're driving professionally. Ooh, I think we got a picture. Okay, this is not an ugly car. It does look a little. There's a picture of a red Aston Martin. It's actually not bad looking. I wouldn't mind taking a spin in one of these. They definitely copied some of the other car brands out there. But it looks like a thing that would go very, very, very fast. It's actually not bad. I wouldn't want to own one because I don't like supercars, but I wouldn't mind being driven in one, that's for sure. I actually like the lights quite a lot. And it's not zero clearance, which is better. Because zero clearance cars are such a bitch. Ugh. Okay, so we had brand name Overload. And Dolce & Gabbana, where I bought one of every pair of jeans they had. I mean, I'd do it too. It's not going to fit, said Olga, squeezing our things into the small trunk as a handsome young shop clerk was carrying out more bags. We should have taken the tank. Oh, yeah, because they're driving something that probably has no back seat. You know what? I'm sure the shops can deliver it to your house. I might have gotten a little carried away. I shrugged. Oh, really? Here I was thinking this was some kind of revenge. As if Massimo cares how much you spend. He's not even going to notice that. This is true. She pushed her sunglasses up her nose. It makes little sense, you know. What makes little sense is spending this much cash on clothes and shoes, I replied. That is true. That's very much true. Bullshit. It's not your money. Forget about it. Olga got into the car. If you bought yourself a private jet, maybe he would have reacted. Not because of the money, though, because a plane can be used to get away. That would piss him off. I'm like, she's not wrong. This is not an incorrect statement. He really doesn't care. That car picture is from an article called The Bad Guy's Driver's Car. Oh, great. That's great. I love it. That is perfect. Oh, come on, brain. Get your head on straight. See, this is just proof I need more caffeine, not less. We went back home and unpacked our bags, planned our day, and finally went out onto the terrace. I'm going on an adventure, I yelled, rushing towards the beach. A couple of jet skis and a motorboat were moored in a small cove down the cliff. Oh, I'm adding copies 50 Shades for the jet ski, and he's going to be mad about it. By the way, how long, like, by the time she comes back on jet ski, Massimo's going to be there, right? Because we know he's on his way. And Ibiza is not that far from Sicily, not that far at all. I can't remember you being this enthusiastic about anything, Olga said, throwing on a life jacket. Yay for safety! Me neither, but it's great. I gunned the jet ski's engine and zoomed out on the open sea. Olga followed. We had fun, fooled around, cruising along the coast and watching half-naked people on the beaches. There were only a few things frowned upon in Ibiza. Outmoded outfits, pale skin, and tan lines. There were only beautiful people around, and they were all high, hammered, and horny. This is accurate. They had the time of their lives, partying like there was no tomorrow. At some point, we sailed out into the sea, stopping a few hundred yards from the beach, taking a moment to just enjoy the water. The jet skis rose and fell on the gentle waves. I wanted this moment to last forever. Hola, we heard a man's voice. It was followed by a string of words I didn't understand. English, please, I called, screening my eyes in the sun with a raised hand. A motorboat full of Spaniards was approaching. Oh my god, is it going to be Nacho? Is he magically going to be there? Because we know he's stalking her with better stalker skills than Christian Grey. It's going to be Nacho. It has to be, or else why is this happening? Or is she going to hook up with some random guy that reminds her of Nacho? Like, oh Christ, Olga breathed as 6 hotties in tight-fitting Speedos appeared on deck. Their tanned, muscular bodies glistened with lotion, reflecting the light of the sun like mirrors. Their colorful briefs clung to their shapely buttocks. I licked my lips on instinct. Care to join us? One of the men asked, leaning overboard. Never happen, Olga murmured under her breath, suddenly anxious. Yeah, I wouldn't be going over there either. Hell no. Sure, I called out, grinning. What exactly are we joining? You numbskull, my friend berated me with her typical softness. I'm about to get married. I'm not telling you to fuck them, I retorted, keeping my eyes trained on the Spaniard. So, I switched to English and sent him a seductive look. Ushania Hotel, he said, midnight. See you there. Yeah, you just got invited to an orgy. Or or another kidnapping. Yes, this could also be true. But no, I'm not going to the hotel room of 6 drunk, high, horny guys. That's not happening. The boat's engine growled and the vessel sailed off. With a silly grin, I turned to Olga. She revved her jet ski and came to me. Are you out of your fucking mind? She cried as her arms shot out and pushed me off my vehicle. I fell into the water with a splash. What? I scrambled back to my jet ski, still grinning. We're supposed to have fun. Or did you mean you? I want in too. Dominic will kill me. Girl, nobody's making you go. I mean, as a friend, you shouldn't let her go. Well, you shouldn't let her go, period. But if you can't stop her, be it on your own head and you're going by yourself, because I'm not going. See him anywhere? I gestured with an extended arm. No. Besides, he's too occupied getting his psycho brother in line. And you can always just tell him it was my fault. Oh, yes, I accidentally slipped at a party and landed on some other guy's cock, but it's all Laura's fault. I made a face and zoomed forward, leaving Olga behind. By the way, have we at all confirmed that either of these men, Massimo or Dominic, are faithful or have any intention of being faithful to their women? Because I have definitely seen it in certain cultures, including the Italian one, where it's just understood that men will cheat and have side pieces and mistresses, even if they are married, but the women are absolutely expected to be loyal. A woman sleeping with someone else when she's married is a cardinal sin, and he has the right to shoot her in the head, but as the man, he's entitled to as many side pieces, whores, and girlfriends as he wants. I don't know, Deacon. I don't know why she keeps saying Spaniard like that. I don't know. Does Monty Burns say that on The Simpsons? I don't know why the author is racist, okay? We know this because she's had Laura say several racist things. And not just like racist things. She's used actual racial slurs more than once. So, author is racist. But yeah, it doesn't sound good. I took a nap before dinner. When I came to, it was dark. I went down to the living room where Olga and Prado were watching TV. Did you notice that each of our houses has Polish TV? So what? I asked, sitting next to them. My mind was still hazy after the nap. I would be surprised if they didn't. And do you know how many houses we have? Olga turned to look at me. No clue, but I don't really care. I'm sorry, is Olga making her usual argument of, hey, we get to live like princesses and have a lot of sex. So what does it matter if occasionally there's bad things? I avoided her stare, instead looking at the screen. I know you don't believe what I said, I continued, but I really want to leave Massimo. I get it. I just don't think he'll let you off this easily. She's right. Do we have booze? I changed the subject, rolling onto my back. Sure, just say when. Right about now. I'm amazed he isn't there yet, by the way. 2 hours and a bottle of Moet Rosé later, we were ready. I only knew Ibiza from the stories and the websites, but it was enough to know that too much was never enough in this place, and that the color of choice for practically everyone was white. So I went for white Balmain overalls and Louis Vuitton heels. There's two more. Ooh, I have to squeeze these onto the page. Okay, I officially need tape. Okay, hold on. Emergency page extension. Oh, love that sound. Oh, excellent sound. Alright. Afterwards, I'll find some tape. But now we have more space. Though maybe overalls was a misleading term. The bottom looked more like a bikini mixed with a thin strap of fabric that served as pants. Okay. Would love to see a picture of these. Balmain is spelled Balmain. White overalls that apparently the bottom looks like a bikini and a thin strap. So in other words, you're like wearing a G-string in public? I'm not really understanding these clothes. The back made it seem I was topless. That went perfectly with my long dark hair, which I had washed and straightened beforehand. Black eye makeup gave me a mysterious, ferocious appearance, but the skin-colored lipstick toned it all down. Okay, ew with the skin-colored lipstick. Olga selected a short, sequined, cream-colored dress that barely kept her ass covered, at the same time completely revealing her back. So, in other words, Olga's signature look of whore. The car is waiting, she called, packing her bag. I thought we didn't have bodyguards. We don't, but as soon as I told Dominic we were going out, he made me an ultimatum. I had to promise we'd use cabs. Almost like he doesn't want you to drink and drive. I nodded, respecting the man's concern and thoughtfulness. Yes, that is the appropriate answer to that. But nobody is supposed to keep tabs on us. Hogan glanced at me. At least that's what I'm told. Yeah, press X to doubt. Hundreds or rather thousands of people were crowding by the Ushania, I don't know, whatever this hotel is, trying to get inside. We went straight to the VIP entrance. Olga talked briefly to the man standing guard, and a moment later another led us inside, to a white lounge. The crowd was immense. I had never seen anything like that. People literally filled every gap on the dance floor. I silently thanked God for my husband's money. Without it, I'd have to mingle with the thronging partygoers. And I was claustrophobic. This is new. If I were to find myself in such a swarm, I'd get a panic attack in no time. Are we Chekhov's gunning the crowd? We ordered a preposterously expensive bottle of champagne and reclined on a soft sofa. I don't think we know each other. My heart stopped. The champagne I had poured in my mouth now spurted out like a geyser, spraying the table. Hey, I'm Nacho, the Canarian said, walking over to Olga and offering her a hand. Hey there, kiddo. We both sat dumbstruck as Nacho took a seat next to us and grinned. Well, we said he'd be there. Knew he had any time she's away from Massimo, he just shows up. Ah. Where is her family in all this? Doesn't she have like a crazy cousin? She has a brother who is also in the mob. At least in the second book, he's in the mob. That isn't mentioned in the first. I think it was written in later. She's got a brother who's, yeah, he's a mob guy and a douchebag, but he hasn't been mentioned in like 150 pages, so I don't know if book forgot he exists. But I need the ladies' room, so 2 seconds. Everyone talk amongst yourselves. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Since Ibiza is known to be nothing but a party place, and mostly for like, by the way, they're both too old to be there because they're both in their they're in their like, she's in her 30s, I think we said. Wasn't it her 30th or 31st birthday? So let's just say they're both 30. Ibiza is for like 18 to like 25 is pushing it because it's strictly for partying, sex, and drugs. That's what it's known for. It's a teeny tiny little place. I forgot he existed too. Yeah, but she technically has a brother, but you know, he was last seen doing coke with Massimo, so yeah, there's that. I'll be right back. And we're back. Laundry's something I need to do this weekend, and there's an I in Ballman. Uh, After the A, there's an I. But do we think Massimo is also about to show up at the club and they're going to get in a big fight? Or a shootout? I told you I would be around. A moment later, the 6 hunks we'd met on the sea joined us. I nearly blacked out with excitement. I thought they said they cured her heart condition, whatever the fuck it was. See, I knew it. You met these boys before, right? Nacho smiled, gesturing to the men. I knew it was a setup. As soon as they said Spaniards, it had to involve him. So he sent them to lure her to this place. I bet you anything he's going to do the, now you've left Massimo, now you see what a monster he is, run away with me. Yes, very much so. Oh, God, I'm starving. But in an hour and a half, there will be cake pop. Triple chocolate cake pops, by the way. I did not skimp on the chocolate. They are in the fridge because it is warm enough that things on the counter melt. He waved at the waitress, and soon the table was laden with alcohol. You smell amazing, he whispered in my ear, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. If anyone watched us, they would have concluded we were either stupid or were having strokes. Speechless and with our mouths agape, Olga and I observed what was happening, trying to wrap our heads around all this. I turned to the Canarian. I would have asked what you're doing here, but your unexpected arrivals are starting to become rather less unexpected by the day. I feigned seriousness and pretended displeasure. Nacho looked as if it were the happiest day of his life. Am I being followed? You are, he said without changing his expression. I froze. But by my people. They protect you. So she's got men competing over who can protect her from the other one, mostly. His eyes widened and he wiggled his brows. If I may interject, Olga cut in, we will be in serious trouble if what happens here gets out. She waved her arms at our table and the men. When Dominic learns about this, he's coming already, Nacho said with a smile. I had a heart attack. Alone. I sighed with relief. But he only just took off. We still have about 2 hours. Are you sure? Olga cried, eyes bulging. If he so much as sees me with these Spanish mobsters, he'll break the engagement. She grabbed her bag and jumped to her feet. Let's go. They're Canarian, Nacho corrected and grew serious. Why do we keep having this Spaniard versus Canarian thing? Nobody cares! The car will take you wherever you want, but Laura's staying with me. Okay, now we're crossing lines. You're supposed to be the nice one. Dude, you're gonna lose your nice guy status. I may have to change my vote to Team Dog. Olga opened her mouth to say something but didn't manage. Nacho stood up, took her hand, and kissed her on the palm. She'll be safe. Safer than with the Sicilians. It's a Spanish island after all. They eyed each other for a while as I wondered if I had a say in this at all. You haven't since the moment you were first kidnapped. When are you going to figure that part out? Finally, I decided I had nothing against this brief deprivation of liberty and kept my mouth shut. Olga softened up. Nacho grinned at her. She sat back down. I think I'll have a drink after all. I need booze, she muttered, keeping her eyes on the man. How about you? She leaned in closer to me, switching to Polish. I know you're mad at Massimo for what he tried doing 2 days ago, but Jesus, I breathed, knowing Nacho could understand her every word. Well, yeah, she doesn't know he speaks Polish, though. What did he try to do? He asked all of a sudden. The sound of our mother tongue in his mouth made Olga freeze. Holy fucking hell. She sat back down and downed another glass of champagne. He speaks Polish? She sent me an incredulous look. I frowned, nodding. What did he want to do? Nacho asked again, incessantly. I'm talking to you, B. Why does he call her B? We have no explanation for this. I closed my eyes and hid my face in my hands. I didn't want to talk. Not about that. On the other hand, I think I'd better go. I need to take a shower. Will you be okay? Olga asked, trying to leave me. I didn't react. Yeah, sure. You will. I'm out of here. I really blame her for getting out of this mess. When I lifted my eyes again, she'd already left. Two of Nacho's companions had also disappeared. Oh, that's not creepy at all. That's not creepy. I tried pretending that he wasn't there, but as soon as I peeked out from between my fingers, he took my chin in his fingers and turned my head towards him. Will you say anything? He asked softly. His eyes were full of concern and furious at the same time. There was only one way to make him stop. Oh God, oh God, oh God. I reached out with both arms, placed my hands on his cheeks, and kissed him. Of course. See, again, this is actually cheating. She's still married. It still counts. Until she tells him, I'm leaving you, it's over, we're getting a divorce. Then it's cheating. See, if she tells him it's over, I really don't have a problem. His reaction was instantaneous. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me closer, pressing his lips to mine. His tongue slid into my mouth. Is Massimo and or Dominic literally going to find her in bed with this guy? His tongue slid into my mouth. I opened it wider, giving my consent. Hey, we have actual consent. He deepened the kiss before pulling away and touching his forehead to mine. Nice try, but no cigar, he said. Not today, please, I sighed. I want to get drunk, have fun, and not have to think about anything. I looked him in the eyes. Or, you know what? I want you to get drunk. Nacho sent me a surprised look and kept his eyes on mine for a while. What? He burst out laughing and crossed his arms behind his head. Why? I'll explain some other time, but promise me that you'll get drunk. I sounded desperate, pleading. It took him aback. He took a moment to think before taking my hand. All right, but not here. He stood up and said a few words to his companions before leading me through the club. See, this is how we get them in a private place, both drunk, and then they're going to wake up in bed naked, and she's going to be, oh my God, what did I do? He was practically running, making his way across the crowd. His fingers were laced with mine as he led me safely out. We exited the hotel and stepped into a jeep parked by the street. Before, Nacho had always driven himself. Not this time. Where are you taking me? I asked, trying to catch my breath. First, we're going to the Torricelli Villa. Then I'll offer you your own Garden of Eden. And me drunk. Okay, you're taking her... What? You're taking her back to Italy? Because the Torricelli Villa is in Italy. They don't have one in Ibiza. I smiled and sat back. My plan was simple. I was going to get him so hammered he wouldn't know what was going on. Then I would make him super mad and see how he behaved. This is a good thing to do around a professional assassin. That was going to be a risk, but as my mom liked to say, the words of drunks are the thoughts of the sober. I do agree in vino veritas, but I would not be doing this. And I desperately needed to know if I was repeating my mistake by trusting Nacho. Besides, the champagne had given me the strength to do it. That's not strength. I was ready, like the yellow Power Ranger, at least. Why is it the yellow Power Ranger? In the original Power Rangers, that's the one I had a crush on. Her name was Trini. And she turned into a saber cat. Saber-toothed tiger. Here you go, Nacho said, handing me a bottle of water. If I'm going to be drunk, you need to be sober. Besides, if both of us are drunk, we might do something we regret later. I took the bottle and sipped. I barged into the villa and passed Olga on my way to the bedroom. I grabbed some random things, squeezing them into a suitcase. Okay, so we meant Olga's place. What are you doing? Olga asked, stopping in the door. Shit, it's too small. Hand me your suitcase. I called and I called I I called and sifted once again through my things. I wasn't going out with Massimo. I wouldn't need Louis Vuitton heels where I was going. I grabbed some swimwear, shorts, tunics, and a dozen other things as Olga placed her enormous suitcase before me. Are you sure you know what you're doing? She asked with concern. I won't know until I do it. I zipped up the bag. Pie. What am I supposed to tell Dominic? Olga called after me. That I left. I don't know. Improvise. I mean, yeah. But, yeah. Literally running away with another man so she can get him drunk. End of chapter, by the way. Literally running away with a guy who is the nice version of her very evil husband, even though this guy is still evil. Let's not forget. Just because he's the nice evil guy, he's still evil. And you're intending to get him drunk when you're alone, and then get him really mad at you to see what he will do. Because then you'll know if you want to be with him now instead of Massimo. By the way, giving no fuck to the fact that that will start a mob war that will get innocent people killed. And possibly her and Nacho and or Massimo and Dominic and her best friend. And like, why do you have to be with a man? Can't you just run away with all his money and, be on your own for a while? Night, Deacon. All right, 90 minutes till I get chocolate. I can do anything for 90 minutes if the reward is chocolate. The boat glided through the waves, but I paid no mind to what was happening outside. Nacho was with me. My colorful boy had his arm wrapped around me. The night was gorgeous, and the slowly vanishing lights of the island made the dark, starry sky seem so close, just an arm's length away. After some time, another dark shape appeared on the horizon. Where are we going? I asked, brushing my lips against Nacho's ear. To Togo Mago. Tago. Tag. Tag. Tago Mago. A private island. This is probably a real place. Tagomago. Tago Mago, I guess, or something like that. Probably a real place. How can an island be private? Have you never heard of a private island? There's kind of a lot of them. He laughed and placed a kiss on my brow. You'll see. As it turns out, the island was in fact private. It had a single house, or rather a mansion, beautiful, luxurious, and comfortable. We went inside, followed by the same man who'd driven us to the shore and then steered the motorboat. Ivan, he introduced himself, putting my suitcase down. I protect this kid. He's a hitman with a bodyguard. That's not how that works. He nodded at Nacho, who was occupied switching the pool lights on. And now I protect you too. Marcello told me what you expected of him tonight. What? I stopped. He was protecting me because Nacho was going to get drunk? Mr. Matos doesn't drink much, Ivan added. I've never seen him drunk since I've known him, and I've known him since he was a toddler. Oh, great! Guy who doesn't really drink, has never been drunk, is about to get really drunk with her. This isn't a recipe for fucking disaster. That made sense. Ivan was around my dad's age. His salt and pepper hair and tan skin made him seem older, but his bright blue eyes made it hard to notice the years in him. He wasn't big or particularly tall, but his shirt clung to his toned muscles, which suggested the man was physically fit. Here, he said, offering me a keyring with a small remote attached. It had just one button. This is an anti-assault device, an alarm. You press the button, I hear a sound. This is... She's with the good bad guy now, and she's being given the equivalent of a rape whistle / panic alarm because she's planning to get him drunk and piss him off to see what he does. See if he turns into a violent rapist like her husband. I guess if he doesn't, he wins the prize of being with her? Like, what? Someone wrote this intentionally. They sat down and they thought about it and they imagined these scenes and said, yeah, this is what I need to put in a book that's supposed to be a granted dark fantasy, but still a fantasy of romance and sex and violence, but still romance and sexy feels, and said, yeah, panic button, rape alarm, that's what I need to put in this scene. By the way, this also says Nacho doesn't trust himself when he's drunk, which is smart because he's never been drunk, so he doesn't know how he's going to react. But the fact that he's basically admitting, yeah, there's a chance I turn into Massimo and become a violent drunken rapist like him. My head hurts. Oh. How long did I say until cake? He pressed it, and a little black box he held in his other hand emitted a high-pitched shriek. It's enough. He switched off the device. If anything happens, press the button. I'll be nearby. Good luck! He spun around and left. Standing alone in the half-light, I stared at the keyring, wondering if I'd have to use it. The memory of escaping the infuriated Massimo made my stomach cramp. But Nacho wasn't Massimo. Or maybe he is. Isn't that exactly what you're trying to find out right now? Ready? He asked, appearing with a bottle of tequila and a bowl of lemons. Isn't it lime with tequila? Isn't it supposed to be salt and a lime? Isn't that the thing? I've never done it because I've never had tequila, but isn't it salt and a lime you're supposed to do with tequila, not lemon? Where are we doing it? He asked with amusement. Also, are they about to do body shots? And I felt something akin to stage fright. I'm scared, I breathed. Nacho placed the bowl and the bottle on a small table before pulling me closer and sitting down in his lap. Are you afraid of me, B? Me. I shook my head. Yourself. I denied it once more. So what? I'm afraid of disappointment, I whispered. Also, by the way, if Dominic's on his way back, then Massimo's definitely with him. He's gonna find them, like, in bed together or something like that. Yeah, that scares me too. I've never been as drunk as you're expecting me to get. Come on. I sat down by a low cocktail table by the pool, and Nacho left the bottle and lemons with me and walked away. He returned a moment later with an alcohol-free beer for me and a salt shaker. See, I knew salt was a thing. It's a thing. Let's do this, he declared, and downed the first shot, biting down on a quarter of lemon. Did Ivan give you the alarm? I nodded. You have it here. His eyes were smiling. Why would I need it? I asked, turning the small remote in my hand. You wouldn't, but I thought you might feel a bit safer with it, since it was alcohol that put you in this position in the first place. Oh, I'm so not reading into that. He downed another shot. What was your friend talking about? He thought for a moment and finally stood up. I walked to my suitcase. Nacho followed me, pouring himself another glass. Okay, dude, slow down. I'm on an island, and there's nothing aside from that house here, I thought. Where would I run? Yeah, you kind of have nowhere to go. I took a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and changed into them before returning and sitting right next to Nacho facing him. I will tell you, just not now. For now, I'll keep watching you drink. We sat and talked, about me this time. I told him about my family and why I hated cocaine. I spoke about my love for dancing and watched Nacho's eyes growing less and less green and more glazed over by the minute. His voice was becoming slower and a bit slurred. My stomach cramped. Then he started singing. In Spanish. We were rapidly approaching the moment when I might need that remote. Nacho was starting to sway. After some time, he rolled onto his side, lying down on the couch. He fixed me with a stare, but it was semi-conscious at best. Is he going to pass out on top of her or something? He was, as he started mumbling, it was time. I left him for a short while, saying I needed to go fetch another water. Instead, I went to the kitchen where his phone was. I switched on the camera and started recording. Why are we doing this? I'm sorry for what I'm about to do, Nacho, but I need to know how you'll react when I try to make you angry when you're drunk. I know it's despicable of me, but when you sober up, I'll tell you why I did it. Now look at yourself. I turned and faced the wasted Canarian. You said you didn't know what you looked like when drunk. Well, now you know, I smiled. Remember that everything you hear next is a lie. This is about to be terrible. She's the worst. Why is she the worst now? Why would you do this? Like this, no, this doesn't make any sense. This is a horrible, horrible idea. What do we bet she's about to say something racist too? Yes, I was. That's what I thought she was doing. I thought she was about to call Massimo and show him a picture of the drunken Canarian and be like, ha, hooking up with somebody else now. I totally thought she was going to do that. I walked back to the pool, helped Nacho sit up, and straddled him. He smelled of alcohol and chewing gum. Make love to me, I whispered and kissed him softly. I can't do that, he muttered, pulling away. You talked me into drinking to use me. I reached down to the zipper of his pants, but he grabbed my wrist. Don't do it, please, he sputtered. His head was swaying and his eyelids were half closed. I'll tell you what happened on Sicily. Would you like to hear it? His eyes snapped open and he pinned me with an expectant stare. Talk, he growled, licking his lips. My husband fucked me so hard I came every 5 minutes. I lied, and thanked God Nacho wouldn't remember a thing of what I said here. You don't know that. He took me like an animal and I begged him for more. His face grew rigid. He released my wrist. I felt his heart starting to race. I pulled away, dismounting him and glancing at the remote on the table. The Canarian was staring at me, waiting for the rest of the story. I gave myself to him, and he took me any way he liked. I felt him with my entire body. I reached down and put my hand between my legs, gently playing with myself. I can still feel his huge cock. You'll never be as good as him, Nacho. No man can compare to my husband. This is just stupid. This is legitimately just really, 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 really stupid. I snorted derisively. You're all nobodies. My arm shot out as I clasped my fingers around his chin, turning his head so he looked straight at me. You're nothing. Again, I'm going with Death Wish. Are you sure she stopped recording if it's not Joe's phone? No, we are not sure that the phone has stopped recording. We are not at all sure. Did she actually even say that she put it down? No, it didn't say that she actually put it down or anything. His jaw clenched, his eyes grew cold. He took a deep breath and dropped his head, propping his elbows on his knees. I waited, but he didn't react. Only breathed quickly. That's it. I just wanted you to know this, that I fucked my husband. I understand, he whispered, raising his eyes. My heart nearly broke. There was a tear rolling down his cheek. A single tear. He didn't wipe it off. Massimo's the love of my life, and you were just a fling. I'm sorry. The Canarian swayed, losing his balance as he got up. He couldn't keep himself upright, though, and collapsed back to the couch. Ivan will take you back, he said, closing his eyes. I love you. Why are these guys... What is their obsession with this woman? Like, I'm sorry, but she is utter garbage. She's fucking stupid. She's as shallow as you get. She's incredibly vain. The only thing she loves are fucking brand name shoes. Like, she's beyond materialistic. She has the attention span of a gnat. She's horrifically immature. Like, she acts like a toddler and runs away anytime she doesn't get her way. Why would you ever, ever, ever want to be with this person? He blacked out with an arm covering his face. I sat down by his side, feeling my own eyes watering. Nothing happened. He didn't do anything, even though I made him as miserable as I possibly could. Okay, also, if you think that, I'm sorry, but what you did, your intention was to get him angry? You didn't say things that would make him angry. You said things that would make him sad and feel worthless. You didn't say shit to make somebody angry, girl. You did that. Yes, it does. You are right about that. Yeah, this scene does seem out of place. This is very left turn for some reason. It's like, I don't know. Maybe the author was drunk when she wrote it. I don't know. As miserable as I possibly could. He just clammed up and went to sleep. But the worst thing was that despite all I had said, he still told me he loved me, because he's the world's biggest simp, apparently. Ivan, I said, knocking at the security man's bedroom. He opened it once. What's going on? Nothing. Can you help me carry him to his bed? I smiled apologetically. Ivan shook his head and walked with me to the terrace. He was surprisingly strong. He lifted Nacho up and took his lifeless body to the bedroom. I'll take care of the rest, thank you, I said as Ivan waved a hand at me dismissively and left. I sat down at my colorful boy's side and broke down. I couldn't help myself. I sobbed, angry at myself. How could I be so selfish? That was a lot of things. One just selfish. I'd heard a man who told me he loved me even though he was going to do the worst thing he could imagine. Going through the worst thing he could imagine. I felt terrible. My own sick egoism. Isn't it egotism? Egoism. Is that a word? Is that a word? Is there a missing T in there? It's just egoism. I mean, I guess it's a word. Wouldn't it be egotism? Or is that just the way it's said and there isn't actually a T in the word? Had pushed me to do things I could never be proud of. It was revolting. Has anybody fed the dog, by the way? Despicable. I took a shower and then went for my suitcase, which I lugged back to the room. I put on briefs. Nacho was curled up on the bed, racked with shivers every so often. I knelt by him and started taking his pants off, all the way praying that he was wearing underwear. He wasn't. As soon as I unzipped his trousers, I saw the prize. Dear God. God, give me strength to keep myself from using this beautiful man. Oh, is she gonna join the rapist club too? I jerked his tattered jeans off and covered him with a comforter. The sight of his prick was making me think of stupid things. Things I definitely shouldn't do. At least not now. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, carrying it back and putting it on the nightstand by Nacho. Then I slipped into bed and pressed myself to his sleeping form, because of course she has to get in bed with him. I was woken by a sudden, overwhelming feeling of desire. Gee, why can't I be woken up by horniness? Ever. Because that's certainly never happened to me. My eyes opened to the shocking view of the glass wall of the room. The view from the bedroom was breathtaking. I could see Ibiza, the sea, and the beautiful sunrise. I inhaled and felt something strange. Teeth biting my nipple. I lifted the comforter and met Nacho's eyes. His stare was semi-conscious and very amused. Okay. Egoism is the philosophical theory that self-interest is the foundation of human motivation, psychological or moral duty, ethical wrong use. Yeah, it is. That's probably a translation thing. But yeah. It's either translation or it's a typo. Yeah, egotism. See, there is a T in the word. I'm not completely crazy. Yeah, I think she meant egotism, and either it's a typo or it's a mistranslation, one of the two. I'm so wasted, he giggled. How late were they drinking? Shouldn't he have sobered up by now? He giggled. And so horny. His lips brushed against the skin of my solar plexus and then moved to my other breast. He was on me, with his body positioned between my legs. But I'm still nimble as a cat, he continued, sucking on my nipple. Oh yeah? I asked with a smile, trying to hide my arousal. You call fumbling being nimble? He would have woken up a dead man. Well, maybe he wanted you awake and, like, conscious and, like, consenting or something, you know? He smirked and pushed himself up onto his arms. His face hovered above mine. Do dead men wear briefs? His right hand lifted from the mattress. Between his fingers were my panties. He wiggled them around. So, his green eyes were glittering happily. You forgot who I am, B. As soon as this terrible inebriation passes, I will prove something to you. What the hell? What are these people? I need food so bad. He dived under the comforter. I froze, terrified of my own nakedness. Nacho must have felt my body petrifying. His head resurfaced. Did you get what you wanted? He asked, growing serious. I was beginning to panic. Did he remember? Well, probably. I want to talk to you, I said, trying to clasp my legs together and push him off me. How well is that going to work? His muscular, tattooed arms slithered out from under the comforter and closed around me, pulling me down into darkness. To you, he asked as his lips brushed against mine. The smell of his chewing gum was overpowering. Was he sleeping with gum in his mouth? Because that's a really bad thing to do. That's how I got gum in my hair once. I clamped my teeth. I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I felt him smiling. His left hand out for something. A moment later, he pushed that something into my mouth. It was gum! I started chewing, thanking God for Nacho's foresight. What do you want to talk about? He asked, pressing his throbbing erection to my thigh. Last night. He thrust forward, his knee brushing against my clit. I moaned. Maybe about how you love having sex with your husband? My eyes bulged and my heart raced. See, of course he remembers everything. Nacho, I stammered before his tongue slid into my mouth. You know, for a guy who says he's not going to fuck her right now, he's doing a really good job of fucking her right now. He had never kissed me like that before. He was relentless, tenacious. Something bad was happening. He wasn't like that normally. Well, he's wasted, girl. What did you expect? I twisted my head away, but he gripped my chin, turning it his way. If I was just a fling, I'd like you to remember me as the best fling of your life. There is literally nothing she can do or say to turn this guy off. There is nothing that she could possibly do or say to make him go away. I mean, not that she wants him to go away, because she's having fun, gone girling his ass like Neil Patrick Harris. But, I'm guessing it ends a little less bloody than that. Though that is one of the best deaths in a movie ever. And I'll make sure to see you off properly. His words were tearing me apart. I had no idea how I found the strength to push him back, but I did. Nacho flew to the floor, wrapped in the comforter. I lied, I cried out, curling up. I wanted to test you. And what exactly were you fucking doing? My eyes were tearing up. I sobbed, freezing in a fetal position on the bed. I needed to be sure you wouldn't hurt me when you were drunk. I can't go through this again. Nacho stood up, sat on the bed, and covered me with the comforter, then laid me down on his legs. What do you mean again? He asked. Tell me what happened, Laura, or I'll go find out myself. I don't know what's worse. I'm amazed he hasn't already found out. Isn't he stalking her? His arms wrapped around me. I could feel his heart hammering. Would you prefer to tell me now on a deserted island or later with a gun in my hand? Because that's not threatening at all. Nothing happened. I ran. This time. Does he know about the first time? I think he does. Well, kinda. She didn't really tell him too much. He inhaled and said nothing. When I left Poland, I went to Sicily, and it was all right. He wanted to fix everything. I had to give him a chance. Otherwise, I would never be sure if I did the right thing. Nacho's breathing grew faster. When we were fooling around, I called him Nacho. The Canarian's breathing stopped. He swallowed loudly. Then at night, I woke up and he was there. He I stammered. He wanted to show me who I belonged to. I took my dog and ran. Then Dominic brought me here. Shouldn't he be there by? Oh no, they left the island, so he probably doesn't know where she is. Well, he does if she still has her phone, but I'm sure we just need time for them to be caught at the worst possible moment. For the life of me, I can't figure out what she meant by overall bikini. I got nothing. I don't. Maybe it's made up. Like, I don't know. It sounds incredibly weird. But thank you for looking so diligently. It's appreciated. Everyone show Sarah some love. Yes, and the credit card. She took the dog and the credit cards, that's for sure. For once, I don't begrudge her spending all his money. Like I said, I would have bought everything in sight just as a fuck you. But that's me. But I also probably wouldn't have kept any of it. I would have like stood on the street just going, "Hey, you want this? You want this? You want this?" I don't want any of this expensive crap, but I want him to pay for it because I'm really mad. I squirmed away and leaned my back against the headboard. There was fury in Nacho's eyes, and it was spiraling out of control. His body grew taut, hard as steel. I need to go outside, he said coldly through gritted teeth. His hand wrapped around his phone. He dialed the number and said, "Ivan, prepare the guns." There's a statement. Prepare the guns. Also, what kind of self-respecting assassin doesn't prepare his own guns? I felt the blood drain from my face. By the way, I have all the John Wick movies on the movie night list as well because I want to finally see those. I want to know what all the fucking hype is about. And how much they stole from Equilibrium because I heard that they did. Oh, I hear a puppy. Bo! You want to cuddle? You want to cuddle, little puppy? Come here, puppy. Bo, come on. Come on. He's always wary. Where are you? There you are. Come on. Come here. Come on, good boy. Come on. I know you're all curled up. Come here. I can see your tail. Come here. Yes, good boy. Come on, good boy. That's a good boy. Come on. You can do it. Yes, you can do it. Come here. Come here, you floppy little thing. Come here. He's coming. He's got to shake his ears. There you are. Come here. No, I didn't mean lay down and show me your belly. Come here. He's so sleepy. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting your big nap. Come here. Come on, up, good boy. Come on, good boy, up. All right, I'll give you a minute to wake up. Come here. Come on, you can do it. Come on, up. Up, you sleepy little thing. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Up. That's a good boy. Up. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Oh, come on. You can do it. Up. Here we go. Here we go. There he is. Very sleepy doggy. There we go. Oh, I know. You're so sleepy and he muted me because he's a puppy. But here he is, the very sleepy doggo. Here's the beautiful Bo, my baby boy. You're so good. You're so good. Yes, you are. Okay, you want up? You want more up? There's not really a lot more up to go. You know, you're not as tiny as you think you are sometimes. Yes, because sometimes you think you're really tiny. Yeah. Usually when you're trying to fit in a bag that used to contain food. Food. Yes, that's a word you know. And it makes your ears go up. Scratchy, scratchy, scratchy. Scratchy. Oh, cuddling a puppy just makes the whole world better. Yes. Yes, you just make the whole world better, don't you? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You make the whole world better. And don't tell him, but I got him a can of wet food for my birthday party tomorrow. We're not actually having a party. By party, I mean I'm going to feed the dog wet food and then watch comedy all day while eating the rest of the cake pops, probably. Yes. We'll have a good time, won't we, puppy? Yes, we will have a good time. You will be a very happy boy because you're getting wet food in a can, and that's favorite kind. Doesn't matter what flavor. He doesn't have a preference on that. Because wet food is wet food, and it makes him the happiest of puppies. Yes, it does. It makes you so happy. Yes, you get so excited. Yes, you get so excited and happy, don't you? No. All curled up with all of his feet. Yes, I have all your feet. Oh, you're so cute and so warm. You're such a puppy. Yes, you're so pretty. Good baby. Yes, good baby boy. Oh, I wish I could hold on to you and read at the same time. Let's see if I can for a little while. Okay, this will make it a little more complicated. But let's see if we can read while we cuddle a puppy. Oh, Wendy's not on the wire, so I can't move my head. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. That's better. Oh, since it's 10 past 11, I'm going to remind everyone, night's getting late, so third and final shout out of the evening. For $10, we have random ducks or painted ducks. It's too late for handcuffs, unfortunately. Now I'm sad. Maybe I'll sleep with them on to make myself feel better. Though you really shouldn't do that. I have to wear the key too, which is annoying. But we still have Skittles drink mix available if anyone would like to see me chug a lot of brightly colored sugar. I actually do want to know if the grape tastes like grape. Okay, you are a tiny space heater, you know that? Which in the wintertime is great, but in the summertime. Okay. Comfy? Comfy, baby? Okay. Christ, he was going to kill Massimo. Would you really be that sad? Please, I whispered. Get dressed and come with me. You don't have to take anything. Nacho stood up and put on his tattered jeans. He reached out for my hand. I put on my shorts and t-shirt, grabbed a pair of sneakers, and allowed him to lead me outside. There was a foldable table by the main entrance with various types of guns arranged on top of it. Wow, do I hope that's in the movie because it's going to be a funny image. You know what's best about private islands? Nacho asked and added before I could respond. They allow you to do anything you want. He offered me a pair of binoculars. Look there. I directed it where he was pointing. Far away, I saw a human-shaped shooting target. I mean, hell yeah, private island, you can definitely have a gun range. Go ahead, you're not going to hit anyone. Keep your eyes on it. The Canarian selected a submachine gun from the weapons arrayed on the table and positioned himself on a black mat he had unrolled on the ground. Ear protection, anyone? He fiddled with the gun before unloading on the targets. All the bullets hit the cardboard head. Nacho pushed himself up and approached me. That's how I unwind. His eyes were cold and angry. He swapped guns, reloaded, and shot a dozen more times at another shooting target. This one stood closer than the previous one. He repeated the whole process a few more times. I watched him hypnotized, observing his silent anguish, and going deaf. Fuck, he cried and putting another gun down. It's not working. I'm going for a swim. At least his way of blowing off steam doesn't involve breaking things. He stormed off into the house only to reappear a minute later dressed in swimming trunks. He headed towards the shore. For a moment I remained... He probably has a suppressor. Can you put a suppressor on a submachine gun? Probably. I mean, guns are good with their accessories. There's a lot of them. For a moment I remained by the table disoriented. Then I went inside, found Nacho's cell phone, and dialed Olga. So does that mean she doesn't have her phone? What's the situation? I asked when she picked up after a long while. We're being hit by Hurricane Massimo, she replied dryly. I could hear she was moving, leaving the house. How about you? Christ, he's here? He's there? I moaned. Well, duh! When Dominic refused to fetch you when he called during the night, Massimo got into his own plane and came here. He's wrecking the place as we speak. You're lucky you didn't take any of your stuff. There are transmitters in most of it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, yeah, he's been hiding trackers in all of her clothes, shoes, bags. Oh, you know what? What do you want to bet? What? He's going to be going, why didn't I put an RFID chip in the dog? Because, like, Bo is microchipped. Most dogs are microchipped. Is that how he's going to find her? He's going to track the dog? Okay, indeed, why do you keep sending me the same thing over and over? I swear it sent me the same thing like 5 times. He practices breaking people's heads open. This is true. Okay, you're really, really heavy. I'm sorry, puppy. He's pretending to be asleep. I know. Look at you. Look at you. Yes, you're just so pretty. Yes, and you're so melted. And you feel like you weigh 50 pounds. Oh, I know. I know. I'm a cruel mommy for moving you. I know. Sorry, little baby. I know you're so sleepy. I know. Okay, I'm gonna put you on your pillow and you're gonna curl up and have a nap, okay? Can you do that? Can you do that for me? Hmm? Curl up and have a nap, little baby? Hmm? Okay. Here. I'll put you on your special pillow that's just for you. Yes, you're a good boy. Mwah. You don't want to get lipstick on your fur because it takes forever to wash out. There we go. That's my good boy. Yeah, you're my good boy. That's my baby. Oh, yes, that's a good baby. Yes, you are. She lit a cigarette and took a drag. Better not come here any time soon. And don't call me anymore. She paused, inhaling smoke. God, it's all gone to shit. Gee, almost like hooking up with violent mobsters was a bad idea. She added with amusement. You think this is funny? I growled. Sure I do. If only you could see them now. The house is full of Massimo's goons and some weird equipment. They're planning something. They didn't even leave me. I'm going hungry. Your hubby smashed all our plates. At least I found some Tupperware cups for my morning coffee. So he literally just went through the cupboards and smashed all the plates because he's mad. Like, dude is a fucking toddler. He can't take it out on you. Give me Massimo right now. I said it firmly. Olga's reply was a long silence. Olga, can you hear me? Are you sure? He's just coming over here. Give him the phone, I confirmed. Yeah, I would rip him a new one and say, stop destroying your brother and my friend's house just because you're pissed at me. Grow the fuck up, goddamn idiot. Give him the phone, I confirmed. I hear the man in black's bestial growl in the speaker. Then another silence. Where the fuck are you? I took a deep breath. I want a divorce. The words practically sucked the life out of me. I sat on the floor. Massimo said nothing, but I could imagine him blazing with fury. I thanked God Olga was the future wife of his brother. If she wasn't, he might have taken his anger out on her right away. Do we think he's going to stop for that reason? I don't. Never, he bellowed suddenly. I'll find you and take you back to Sicily, and you'll never leave again. See, this is exactly the response we expected. And it's completely within character. If you keep shouting, I'll just hang up, and the only way we're going to talk again is through lawyers. Is that what you want? Honey, he's a mobster. Are you not cluing into what the fuck that means yet? Like, she really is too fucking stupid. She's intentionally stupid and ignorant, and pretending she doesn't know what she knows because it's inconvenient. Well, again, grow the fuck up. I rested my back against the wall. Let's do this like civilized people, I sighed. All right, let's talk. But not over the phone. His voice was calm all of a sudden. I knew better. I'm waiting for you in the villa. Not there, I said stiffly. I'll only see you in public. This is smart. You think you'll be safer that way, he snorted mockingly. I took you from the middle of the street before, but have it your way. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he can kidnap you in public and no one's going to stop him. I don't want to argue, Massimo. I breathed, dropping my head. I want us to part ways in peace. I loved you. I used to be very happy with you, but this isn't going to work anymore. I could hear his heavy breathing through the speaker. I'm afraid of you, but not like in the beginning. Now I'm scared. So, I'm sorry, but she just had to clarify. I'm afraid of you, but not like in the beginning. Not like in the good way that made me fall in love with you. Now I'm scared of you in the bad way, and I don't want to be. Almost like she got exactly what she wanted. She just doesn't want it anymore. Ugh. My voice broke as I lifted my head and saw Nacho, wet after his swim, standing on the other side of the room. He was dripping water, and judging by the size of the puddle at his feet, he'd been there for some time. He walked over and plucked the phone from my hand, hanging up. Divorce, he asked, putting it on the kitchen counter. I nodded. He's here, I whispered. He came in the morning and wants to meet me. Divorce, he repeated, and his eyes sparked. Why, because he wants to be with her or because he doesn't? I don't know. I don't want to be with him anymore. But that doesn't mean I want to be with you. I laughed sadly. Yeah, try taking a break. Nacho knelt, facing me, and slid between my legs. He pulled me closer, wrapped one arm around my waist, and placed the other on the back of my neck. Fixing me with a long look, he leaned in closer. I knew what was going to happen. His salty lips closed in, stopping an inch from mine. I could smell his minty breath on the air. Suddenly his face brightened in an expression of joy as I had never seen before. His wide grin was the last thing I saw before his tongue rushed into my mouth. The kiss was so passionate that I knew he had finally unleashed his desire. See? Because she said divorce, meaning it's over, so it's not cheating anymore. And everyone will have their own place on where that is, but, for me, it's done. She's told him it's done. As long as she actually means it, not cheating. Nacho lifted me into the air and jumped to his feet. He laid me down on the cold kitchen counter, closed a fist over the fabric of my t-shirt, and pulled it off me with one swift motion. His hands landed on my breast. Christ, he moaned as his hands explored my body. Make love to me, I breathed, wrapping my legs around his hips. Are you sure? He asked, pulling away a fraction and looking me straight in the eyes. See, somebody who actually checks for consent. This is nice. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it on the kitchen counter, but other than that, but it goes with the whole nobody actually fucks in the beds around here. Puppy is under his puppy bed, which means he's a happy boy. I wasn't. Or was I? Nothing was clear anymore. But it wasn't that important. I was doing what I wanted, not what others expected of me. And if I say no, would that stop you? You must have heard the amusement in my voice. I'm not wearing underwear. I bit my lip and nodded. That's right. That's it. You brought this on yourself, B. He dragged me off the counter, pulling me towards him and closing me in the embrace of his strong hands. Then he carried me to the bedroom. Oh, are they actually going to do it in bed? Is somebody actually going to fuck in a bed? Want the blinds up or down? He asked as he gently put me on the mattress. His fingers were already unbuttoning my shorts. I don't give a damn. I could do this in the main plaza back in Warsaw for all I care. I said quickly, wriggling on the bed impatiently. I've been waiting for this for 6 months. Nacho laughed and tossed my shorts to the floor. I want to look at you. His green eyes scanned me inch by inch. I suddenly felt embarrassed. I closed my legs and started curling up. No need to be shy now, he said, dropping his swim trunks. I've seen you naked so many times nothing can surprise me anymore. He lifted his brows, taking a step closer. Oh, really? I put my hand on his forehead as he leaned in, stopping him. When? The first night. I told you. He grabbed my wrist and pushed my arm away. You didn't have any underwear beneath your dress. He kissed my nipples softly. When I pulled off your briefs in the morning, he continued as his lips sucked on the other one. So anything else to discuss, or can I taste you already? He froze above me, growing serious, pretending to be serious. I recorded a video on your phone. It's proof that everything I said to you was a lie. I know, he said, slowly sliding down. I watched it before I woke you up. I wanted to see my reaction. I wanted to see yours. His tongue gently skimmed against my navel. And you never told me what happened on and you'd never told me what happened on Sicily otherwise. He chose this moment to touch his warm lips to my clitoris. He sucked it delicately. So is she suddenly going to be into like being touched in a gentle, non-violent, non-painful, non-rapey way? Because she was just literally begging Massimo to be more rough and more violent with her because she was desperate for it. This guy doesn't fuck like that, or at least we don't think that he does. Like, are we just gonna see her sexual preferences just completely change to be whatever he likes doing? You know, like reprogramming your fuck doll? Oh, Jesus, I breathed, pushing my head between two pillows. Nacho's lips, Nacho's parted lips closed around my snatch hungrily as he kissed it, and I grew wetter by the moment. Ah, kill it with fire. His tattooed hands swept up, crossing my belly and reaching my breasts. I didn't care what he was doing. The only thing that mattered was that I wanted him. When my impatience finally reached its limits, he parted his lips and pushed in with his tongue, straight at my clit. The scream I let out then pierced the silence. Nacho began the sweet torture. He was calm and composed, but at the same time passionate. The way he licked me made jolts of electric energy run across my body, from my belly to my head and back again. I squirmed and held on to the sheets, encouraging him to continue. I didn't want it to end. There was not even a hint of roughness in his caress, but despite that, I was so aroused I couldn't breathe. So, okay, yeah, she still wants it rough, but he doesn't do that. Open your eyes, he said, pausing. When I finally managed to do it, I saw his face hovering above mine. I want to see. He pushed my legs apart with a knee. Look at me, please, he whispered. I could feel him closing in. Our fingers laced as Nacho lifted his arms, stretching me on the bed. I will adore you. His penis rubbed against my wet slit. I tried catching my breath. I will protect you. The first inch slid inside. I was so close to climaxing right away. And I will never hurt you willfully. So what, you'll only do it accidentally? Nacho's hips thrust hard and fast, and suddenly I felt him inside me. I moaned and twisted my head away, squeezing my eyes shut. It was too much for me. Also, has nobody in these books ever heard of a condom? Like, there hasn't even been a mention of protection anywhere in these. Look at me, B, he whispered and started moving in and out of me, slowly and surely. I did as he told me. As soon as our eyes met, his thrusts picked up pace. He wasn't rushing, but his movements were precise and so passionate that I could feel him with every inch of my body. Nacho's lips pressed against mine. His eyes were open and fixed on my own. He was making love to me. There's an exclamation mark. I lifted my hips and he moaned, drilling deeper inside me. He dropped his head and kissed my chin, neck, and shoulders. Unable to last any longer immobilized like this, I freed my hands and clasped them on his tattooed buttocks. His arms wrapped themselves around me. I don't want to hurt you, he breathed. There was genuine concern in his voice. Wow! He hasn't heard that in like a year and a half. You won't. I tightened my grip on his ass, pulling him closer. Something exploded in his eyes. They changed color to a sea blue and went wild. Okay, what the actual fuck? I can't do this. Stupid. What is this? This not what Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get this over with. The color changing eyes made sense in Twilight because there was a fucking explanation. No, I'm not defending Twilight and shut up. But in Twilight there was at least a goddamn explanation. Their eyes changed color based on how hungry they were. That made fucking sense. Also, Myers did not invent that. There is in other vampire lore things their eyes changing color based on certain things needing to feed being one of them. So she kind of ripped that off, but at least in Twilight it made sense. In 50 Shades, his eyes were described as being about 1,000,000 different colors, but all of which fell into the same shade range, so annoying but possible. This is outright saying that his eyes have gone from like a very bright green to a completely different color, and she's watching his eyes literally change color in front of her. That would make you run screaming out of the room because you would think he was a demon or a shapeshifter or possessed or something. Because real people's real eyes don't change color like that. Yes, she's copulating with a changeling. Yes, because he clearly is. It said they change color. And also, European book can't spell color. It's spelling it the American way. That's got to be a translation thing. To a sea blue. So his eyes have gone from bright green. Do I have anything bright green around me? His eyes have gone from being the color of this Yoshi, bright green, to the color of Mark. Okay? His eyes have gone from this green to this blue. And she's acting like going from this to this is just normal. Sorry, I can't put you on the stage yet, Yoshi Duck, but someday. 30 minutes till it's my birthday and I get cake. Nothing wrong with color. It's more efficient. There is something wrong with it because that's not how you spell color. You're missing a U in there. It always looks weird to me. It doesn't look like a real word. But Americans also can't spell check. Not as in check mark. Check is in money. His pace changed. He was thrusting faster. The whirlwind of pleasure inside me was gaining strength. Nacho's cock slammed into me harder, charging in and withdrawing. The orgasmic tsunami was coming. That's a turn of phrase. I'm not going to steal it, but I almost respect it. That's what I want to see, he gasped, keeping his eyes on mine. I want to see you come for me, B. And they spelled it wrong! They got it right once, they got it wrong. It was like a blow to the head. I came immediately. I'm sorry, getting hit in the head makes you orgasm? You should get somebody to check on that. Every muscle in my body tensed and froze. I was rigid as a pole, and the pulsating thrusts inside me were bringing me more and more pleasure. Nacho's green eyes hazed over. Okay, he's back to green. Back to green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines ago. They were blue suddenly. Now they're back to green. He was going to join me soon. That's when he detonated inside me with such force that I briefly thought he tore through me. Now I'm dying. Now I'm dying. The force of him coming inside her. I mean, I can't say I would know because I've rarely done it with men, and there was always protection, which I'm sure changes things. But if you're not using protection, can you even feel when the guy comes? Can you even feel that? Because I'm not so sure. I have no experience, so I don't know. Is that even? Can you even feel it? Is that a thing? Because I'm not so sure. I've always wondered, but I don't know. Or is it one of those things like some women can and some can't? Because it's just one of those things. But detonated inside me. I have such stupid cartoon images in my head right now. Oh dear God! I need to make it stop. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh my God. Okay, getting control. Is that working? Oh dear Lord. Oh, that made my face hurt. Still gets. I'm just gonna keep going. It'll stop eventually. The giggles will stop. Oh my God. Oh, holy cow. Oh my God. The only sound coming out of his mouth was a frantic panting as he climaxed with me. Hey, he doesn't roar! That's another good sign! His hips slowed down, calming the tide. I wanted him to start over again. The last time I had had sex was in Lagos, but then I hadn't derived any pleasure from it. So we're now admitting that was sex? Are we retroactively admitting that was cheating? This time, this was something else. He collapsed, placing his head in the crook of my neck. I stroked his wet back. I couldn't last any longer, he whispered, biting on my ear. I felt physical pain when I couldn't be inside you. So now I'm not going to leave. Okay? The muscle spasm act, yes. Okay, so you can feel it twitching. Okay, I get that. I get you can feel it like moving and like, but not the actual stuff. And I'm gonna stop thinking because that just made me gag. So, yep, it's getting nope. Uh, why did I ask that? I do want to know though. I do. I just it makes me gag. He lifted himself. Hi there, he breathed, smooching the tip of my nose. Hey, I replied, a bit raspy. You know you'll have to pull out at some point, right? I am Marcelo Nacho Matos. I do what I want. And since I already have what I want, nothing and nobody can make me do anything I don't want to. What the fuck? He grinned and kissed me. Will you leave with me? He asked all of a sudden, breaking the kiss. I pushed my head into the pillow. Did I hear that right? Do we really have to talk about the future when your throbbing cock is still inside me? Yeah, dude, not the moment. That's what gives me an advantage. He wiggled his hips with a grin. I moaned. So, it's not fair, I whispered, trying to dig myself out of my ecstatic state. All declarations made during sex have no power. This is true. Never believe anything a guy says to you while his penis is involved, because it's not true. And also, dude, way to wreck the moment. She doesn't want you putting pressure on her to, divorce him and instantly become your wifey now. Give her some space. Is this about him? You're still not sure. You thought she was unsure and you did this anyway? Now I'm wondering if he has a death wish. Because these two are gonna, Nacho and Massimo, they're gonna be facing off, pointing guns at each other at some point. She's gonna like run between them and be like, "No, I love you both. Don't kill each other." Are they gonna end up in like some open marriage, polyamorous, whatever thing? Because I don't think Massimo will go for that. Pretty sure Nacho would though. Nacho fixed his stare on the ceiling. I glanced at him sadly. Like, dude, why did you think her letting you fuck her meant that she was gonna be with you? Like, these are two different things. I need to meet him, talk to him, get this in order, I muttered, rolling to the side. Who likes the phrase get this in order so much? That's the phrase of these chapters. You know he'll take you to Sicily, lock you up somewhere, and before I find you, he'll do things to you. Team Nacho, he's entirely correct. He can't keep me forever. Actually, he can. Nacho laughed mockingly. You're so naive, B. No, she's not naive. No, she's been around us too long to be naive. She's deliberately and intentionally ignorant and stupid is what she is, but she's not naive. But if you're certain, I can't tell you what to do. I have no right. But please at least accept my help. Let's do this my way. If he so much as tries taking you away, I'll kill him on the spot. Okay, bring it down from there. How about you just have your own security there to make sure that he doesn't abduct her? Okay, but don't be killing anybody in public. It leads to complications that you're not going to want to deal with. He laced the fingers of his right hand with mine. I'm all yours now. I cannot imagine the pain of losing you again. Okay, she's not yours yet. Oh. Okay, I acceded, closing my fist. Is acceded a word? I feel like it's a word, but it's a weird word. Acceded. Wouldn't that be a double E and not a double C? But why am I talking about spelling? I'm the last person who should talk about spelling. Weird word. Great. Now let's not allow that sordid fuck to ruin our day. I have a few things for you. But I have to. He'll wait a day. Nacho took my chin in his hand and kissed me again. I'm very understanding and composed. I'm doing my best here. So please, B, don't get carried away, or I'll take a gun and go kill that bastard just so I never have to hear that you're afraid of him again. Because, yep, making threats, there we go. He sighed heavily. I know you're not telling me the whole truth, but that's your choice. I can't make you tell me. I'm pretty sure you can. I just think that some things don't concern you. I can deal with them myself. Wow, you have shown no proof of that at any point in this series. You haven't proven you can feed your dog, or brush your own teeth, or go a day without a glass of wine. Starting today, you don't have to deal with anything on your own, Laura, Nacho said and left for the bathroom. Okay, so he is possessive. Yeah. No way they're too possessive. Yeah, no, they both are. That's the thing. Nacho is just as possessive. He just goes about it in a different way. That's what I was about to say, because he's like, but I'm not trying to control you or lock you up, but I just want to be with you constantly and, make sure you don't have to deal with anything you don't want to, because I will deal with it. And that's just another way of running somebody's life for them. Like, he is a possessive, obsessive stalker guy. It's exactly like him and Massimo, two sides of the same coin. They really are. They're just variations on a theme. End of chapter, by the way. We'll get a little bit into 12. I don't think we'll get all the way through it. Probably not. But yeah, they're both possessive, horrible, horrible people. And also him just assuming because she said the word divorce that now she's gonna be his mob wife. Like, or again, the mob war that this is gonna start. Because Nacho's the head of a mob family too. So. Chapter 12. I sat blindfolded by the kitchen island. After I had confessed to knowing Spanish cuisine, I had been placed there and was awaiting my test. What the fuck? Alright, let's start with something easy, said Nacho, feeding me a bite. Was she watching Hell's Kitchen while writing this? Because this is literally something they do in Hell's Kitchen. We'll do 3 tries. If you guess each one, you have 1 request. If I win and you guess wrong, you accept my 1 wish. What the fuck? Is he gonna say, please let me kill your husband? I nodded, chewing the meat, because it definitely was some kind of meat. I swallowed and said, insultingly easy, that's chorizo. Which is? He asked, kissing my bare shoulder. You told me to guess what it was without elaborating. I snapped. It's Spanish sausage. I laughed. He laughed and offered me another morsel. Jesus, that's how little you think of me. That's jamon, your aged ham. Oh, I know that. It's really expensive. I chewed the delicious salty meat with relish. I can't wait to tell you what my wish is. You're going to lose and regret it. Now something sweet, Nacho said with amusement. I opened my mouth. I'd much rather stick something else into your pretty mouth, he added, laughing. Oh, of course. Of course. A second later, I smelled his minty breath, and then his tongue gently slipped in my mouth. I won't let you go that easy, I mumbled, trying to push him away. Give me the 3rd sample. I chewed on the next piece for a while, losing my confidence. I had no idea what it was. Smacking my lips, I chewed until there was no taste left. The thing had the tang of a pineapple, strawberry, and mango. I frowned, trying to dredge up any recollection of what it might be. Who's going to regret losing now? Nacho asked from behind me. What was that, B? That's not fair, I said. It was some kind of fruit. How is it not fair? And its name? I said nothing. Do you give up? I tore the blindfold off and looked at him. I can even show it to you. If you don't recognize the taste, you've probably never seen it. He opened his palm. Inside there was something that looked like a large green pine cone. Is this a real food? I turned the fruit, sniffed it, patted it, and felt it from all sides, but Nacho was right. I'd never seen one before. I'm not even going to come close to spelling this correctly, or saying this correctly. It's a sherry moya. Sherry moya. Cherimoya? Cherimoya. I've never heard of this. I'm betting that it's real because you don't have to make up a weird fruit. There's a lot of weird fruit. It's a sherry moya, he said with a grin. I'm nowhere close to pronouncing that correctly. I'm sure that I'm not. Thank you, Cerebellum. I would like to see what they actually look like. I'm guessing they're Spanish. So, will you act honorably and fulfill my one wish? He crossed his arms, challenging me. I thought for a moment, recalling what had happened an hour before. I concluded my failure would probably lead to some very intriguing consequences. All right, Marcelo, what do you wish? And can we please call him Marcelo instead of Nacho? Because just this week, Jimmy Kimmel added Nacho as a new acronym for Trump, the one everybody knows being taco. I now forget what Nacho stands for in regards to Trump, but it's something stupid, and now it's stuck in my head. Remember the leverage episode with the culinary class? The stuck-up guy pronounces that word when Nate first meets him. Leverage episode with the culinary class. Leverage episode with a culinary class. I know you don't mean the wedding episode where we find out Elliot can cook. Why is this not coming into my head? Black truffles. No, I got nothing. I'm sorry. It's a custard apple. It's the thing he gave her is a type of apple. Now I'm gonna have to look up that episode because I've seen every episode of Leverage. Though granted, I was probably drunk at the time. It'll come back eventually. But thank you, Link. I am gonna totally find that episode and listen to how it's said, because that's how I learn words I can't pronounce. If I hear somebody else say it repeatedly, then it gets into my brain and I can say it right. I have to be careful and pay attention to what I'm saying, but I can do it. Oh, those things! I've actually seen these. I didn't know what they tasted like or what they were, but I've seen these in Asian markets. Yeah, I've seen this. They actually look kind of cool. I don't think they look like a pine cone though. They do just kind of look like slightly weird apples. The episode is called The French Connection. All right. Let me do 5 seconds worth of Google because I'm sure it'll pop back into my head at some point. Okay. Oh, it's season 5. I've only seen season 5 once. That's why my brain is stressing. Well, mostly once. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, this is by the time they had the like pub restaurant. They do sort of have a scale look. They look like kind of like mermaid scales. But thank you, Link. Now I can find what it's supposed to sound like. Now I feel all snuggly. Also, wow, is your memory impressive that you remembered that that word gets said in that episode? That is very impressive. All right, Marcelo, what do you wish? Leave with me. My mouth opened. I wanted to protest, but Nacho raised a hand. I'm not talking about you moving in with me forever, just for some time. Okay. Hi, Ironton. Hello. Yes, please hit the like button. At midnight, it's officially my birthday, and I'm going to celebrate with a cake pop. So if you want to stick around for 8 minutes, we can cheers it with something sweet. Yeah, see, I gotta get up to your watch count on the later seasons of Leverage. I've seen the first two to 2.5 seasons, like halfway of season 3. I've seen those multiple times, but the later seasons I didn't see so much. So I gotta watch those a lot more. Thank you. Yes, at midnight I am 39, and there will be chocolate. Like, I'm kind of surprised that his wish wasn't marry me. Maybe he's trying to take it a little bit slow. Don't move in with me. Just live with me for a while. Also, where are you planning to go that her husband's not going to hunt you down and shoot you both? His smile was disarming. I melted like the last icicle during a sunny spring day. There was one more thing I had in common with that icicle. Looking at Nacho, I was so wet I nearly leaked water. That's not water. Before Amazon canceled Freebie, it was one of the ad it was one of the free with ad shows, so you put it on for background noise. That's a good idea. I do that with some other I have some things I do that with at night when I'm trying to sleep. I will put on the playlist of the Colbert Show monologues, the late night show monologues, because there's 10 years of them, so you can just pick a random place. And I will play that overnight, or the playlist of all the pitch meeting episodes, the compilations, the long ones. I'll put those on at night. Those help a lot when I'm trying to fall asleep. That was a trick. Canarian nodded. You're so conniving, sneaky. Oh, you're a conniving, sneaky, ruthless killer who now stands before a woman naked and offers her food only to steal some of her time for himself. He finished spreading his arms. That's me. Yeah, let's just be reminded that he's an assassin. That's why he needed her living with him for a while. For her safety. Yeah. 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 She's got to stay with him for safety. Just for 4 or 5 years. He is treating her exactly the same. He's just being nicer about it. I wasn't going to say no, but decided to string him along a bit longer. You need to control me. I stood up and walked to him, placing a hand on his tattooed chest. Lock me up somewhere, strap me with a transmitter. I could see in his eyes he thought I was being serious. Meanwhile, I was having fun at his expense. Kidnap me and keep me against my will. Is that what you want? More or less, yes, and he's already done it once. Are you feeling kept against your will? Enslaved? His leg jerked, kicking the legs out from under me. I hit the floor before he grabbed my wrist and delicately put me on the ground. If yes, how does it feel? He lay down on me. So he just swept her chair out from under her and dropped her to the floor and is now getting on top of her. To show her that he is not controlling. What? His eyes narrowed. He saw through me. He took my wrists and lifted my arms above my head, lacing his fingers with mine. Where's Ivan? I asked, shivering as the cold marble of the floor pierced through my skin. On Ibiza, or with the boys on the yacht. But I can check if you want. We're on our own here, B. He whispered and bit my chin softly. Ew? If you're used to having a lot of people around, you'll have to learn to live without them. He turned my head and gently bit my ear. I moaned in pleasure. I value solitude. I need it at work, where I have to stay focused, meticulous. But ever since December, I've been feeling different, like something was missing from my life. Oh, God. Yeah, this is really, really bad. Hey, 2 minutes till I can have cake. His legs pushed between mine, spreading my thighs. He entered me unexpectedly. I yelped. Yeah, a little warning? Something kept distracting me. I lost my precision. Nacho's hips moved slowly, reaching a point very deep inside me. I moved under him, squirming lazily. I started making mistakes. Should I continue? Okay, an assassin making mistakes is not good. Oh, yes, very interesting. Don't stop, I stammered. My body responded to his movements. Yeah, I would think. Each day was torture. His tongue brushed against my lips. I was going nowhere. He picked up speed, and I moaned. Are you sure I'm not boring you? No, I'm waiting for the grand finale, I breathed, biting his lip. I've killed a few people, made some money, but felt no pleasure. Are we supposed to be, surprised or saddened by this? I'm not really sure. I gasped, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of that story, though I didn't understand it. I don't understand it either. That's awful, I said. He impaled me deeper. My back arched. That's what I thought too. So I started to look for a reason. In other words, he was dissatisfied with his life, and somehow she is the answer to everything, just like she was for Massimo, because she has no reason to exist except to be the thing that these men fight over, desire, want to fuck, and somehow having her with them makes their lives bearable. Nacho's hips pumped faster. I was beginning to drift away. You're not listening to me. I am. I opened my eyes and took a deep breath. So what's the ending? I went in search of what I lost. His lips pressed against mine, and his tongue slid inside my mouth. The kiss was deep. He tasted me. Finally, I found it. And now that I know what I needed, I'm not going to lose it again. I have a place where we're going to stop. I'm going to read to the stopping place and then get cake. So 2 minutes. We are on the last page for the evening because I have had so much of enough of this book tonight, and it's officially my birthday, so I'm only reading a little bit more, then we're having cake. Thank you, Sarabella. He went silent, but his hips only picked up the pace. Their movements were machine-like, measured and composed, but incredibly fast. He made love to me again this time, and though he was gentle, I felt the great fierceness deep down inside him. I tried freeing my hands, but he clenched his fingers around my wrists. Gee, exactly that thing that her husband does that she is so fond of. I won't allow it to go away, he whispered, kissing me again. Gee, controlling much? Thank you, Link. I'm coming, I moaned, feeling the orgasm walking down my stomach. I can feel it. He pulled away and watched the ecstasy take my breath away. Jesus, he gasped out, joining me. He released my wrists. I put my hands on his buttocks and squeezed, my nails biting into his skin. I threw my head back impossibly far and cried out at the top of my lungs. I reached a high summit, one of the highest, and then Nacho's hips stopped. I fell into the abyss. The way you orgasm, he breathed, slowly picking up the pace again, makes me lose control. That's horrible, I whispered. My body was limp, my arms fell to the floor. If you keep making fun of me, I'll make you come so many times your legs will be too weak to surf. Wrong spelling. What? I opened my eyes. There are no waves around here. You're right. I just wanted to watch you paddle. And we'll start by practicing on a skateboard. His eyes glittered with boyish playfulness. I want to see how you balance yourself. I can show you right here, I said, twisting my hips. I'm a dancer, not a surfer. We'll see about that, too, Nacho replied with a laugh and took me in his arms. That's where we're stopping. We're on page 191. Let me see. Did we make page count? Let's see. Hey, we did. And a little. We did good. Now I know where we is. And I'm going to get cake. Don't want to lose those. Be right back with cake. Grab something sweet so you can toast with me. All right, everybody got something sweet? We have these. Hold on. Scissors. Thank you, Ironton. And put all the happy birthdays up. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Link. Thank you, Ironton. Yes, I plan to. But for now, yummy, yummy chocolate cake. If I can get this thing open. There we go. Mazer isn't a puppy, but maybe he heard me say chocolate and he knows he's not allowed. I mean, not that he agrees with that, of course. But here we go. They're like the perfect size, like very giant bonbons. I hope everybody has something sweet. And thank you for all the happy birthdays and the love. Thank you for spending the year coming to book club and sponsoring all the ducks and hanging out and making these very unbearable books bearable. You are all absolutely the best. Oh, I spoke too soon. Hi. Yes, Mommy has food and you want some. You can't have any. I'm sorry. You'll get yours later. I got special food for you. It's the good stuff. He'll be very happy. You gonna come say goodbye to everybody? You wanna come up? Yeah, you wanna come up? Come on, up. Well, if you lay down, I can't pick you up. You have to come up. Come on, up. Up, you and your tail. All right, be up in a minute. But for now, cheers. So good. Very fudgy. That's why they need to be cold. Then they get a like fudgy brownie texture. Oh, puppy's going back in his cage. Why are you going back in there? Just because I didn't give you any? Yes. Not that he's spoiled rotten or anything. So, what do you think is going to happen? Because now, she's run away with Nacho. Once they leave the private island, which it sounds like they soon will, it's going to be a matter of hours before he knows where she is. I'm betting there's a tracker in the dog. Because that would make total sense. Dogs generally have microchip trackers anyway. So I'm sure that's what the author is saving for him showing up. He has to walk in on them fucking, right? There's no other way that can happen. He has to walk in on them having sex. The two guys are going to point guns at each other. She's going to do the whole, if you both love me, then you won't hurt each other thing. Because that's what Bella Swan literally says that in one of the Twilight movies. I forget which one because they all run together. But she says in one of them to Jacob and Edward when they're both being absolute morons. I know that doesn't narrow it down because they're always like that. But she says to them, like, you can't hurt each other without hurting me, which is a horrible line and it's horribly delivered. But she's going to pull that. How the rest of it gets sorted, I don't know. Neither of them seem like the kind that would listen to her. They'd be like, this is men's business or this is mob business or something like that. Definitely. But yeah, there's gonna be lots of guns involved, I'm sure. Like, I'm surprised that he hasn't found her already, but I'm sure that's just so we can have the moments of Nacho having sex with her and feeding her food and saying run away with me, and she's not sure because she's not even out of one relationship, and he's like, so marrying an evil mobster was not a good decision. Hey, marry me, I'm the nice evil mobster assassin. Well, I'm sure that Massimo has killed people. He's not a professional assassin. This guy actually is. He's definitely got a way higher body count. So that's probably a turn on for this woman. Oh, these are the worst. And how are they gonna? The movie is gonna have to either like because the movie has a thing about like because Netflix is in charge of the second and third movie, and they clearly got pushback on some of the darker things. So there's gonna be no rape whatsoever. There's gonna be no threatening. She's married to him in the movie, so how are they gonna show her having sex with Nacho when she's still married to Massimo? Because that would be like against the morals and ethics. And by the way, like anybody who's conservative or religious or has like super high morals or ethics are watching these movies, are you kidding me? That's not how it works. So why are you catering to the one group of people that will never, ever, ever be your audience? Like, that's what I don't understand, why they take movies that should be hard R or even X-rated and try to tone them down to PG-13. I get that that is the largest viewing audience and it's about money, but the problem is there's only two ways that that goes. Either you didn't tone it down enough and your main audience source is going to roast you because it's too violent, too rapey, too, marriage outside of sex or single woman being pregnant or whatever the bitch of the week is, whatever the stupid thing they've decided is the decay of moral society. So either you're going to get that or you're going to tone down and watered down and change things so much that it no longer bears any resemblance to the source material, and you're going to lose the built audience you had. And I've seen so many movies ruined by this. These are terrible to begin with, so you can't ruin them, which is good. But also for the people who genuinely like this, there's got to be a few. I mean, somebody bought them in the first place, right? Somebody made this an international bestseller. Somebody liked it enough to make the first movie, which didn't have a studio or Netflix behind it. So for the people who actually like this and wanted to see the actual story out of these books, the movies certainly screwed them over. Too many good movies get absolutely screwed when they turn in. Too many good books, I mean, get screwed when they get turned into movies. I mean, hey, that's why they're redoing the Harry Potter books as a series now and saying we're going to make them actually faithful to the books this time, we promise. That's never going to happen, but that's what they're selling and it's working. I don't know. Who has any intention of watching the new Harry Potter series when it comes out? I will admit, out of curiosity, I will watch the pilot just to see how they chose to do it. What was the tone that they went for? Plus, there are a few people in the cast that I want to see how they portray the characters. I don't really care that I know there was a lot of backlash because they cast a black person as Snape. I mean, I kind of get it because it doesn't match the character description at all. But as long as the guy's a good actor and can pull off the smug, smarmy, we're not sure if he's a good guy or a bad guy thing, as long as he can pull that off, that's fine. I wonder if they will actually get an actress who, looks like the actor playing Harry Potter to play his mother. Because famously, there's so many lines about them having the same eyes, and then in the movies, they don't even have the same eye color. Because somebody screwed up. But we'll all find out, as we will find out how in the next, what is there, like 150 pages of this left? We're on page 191, and there's 351. We have 160 pages left of this. Hey, we're over half. It doesn't look like it, but we're technically over halfway through. But yeah, we got 160 pages of this left, so roughly 4 more weeks. Roughly a month of this left, and then we will move on to the new series that I hope I don't have to burn. I have no intention of burning it because A, it's a hardcover book, and B, it's actually mine. These are actually mine, but they were bought to be destroyed. That one has been on my shelf for several years, and it's by an author I like, so I'm hoping she doesn't let me down with the new series. Again, not saying it's good. It ain't Faust, I'm sure. It's been a long time since I read them, so we'll see. But that will be in a few weeks. Next week we will continue with this. Is she going to run off with him? The answer seems to be yes, that they're going to go somewhere and play house for a while. I'm sure that will fill a few chapters. Because so far, everything in this book, more than the first two, especially noticeable in this book, is that everything is filler. Like, there was very little plot to begin with. This has no plot whatsoever. And it's all just filler. So yeah, I'm sure they will leave the private island to go somewhere where he happens to have another house. And you notice how both these guys, they just have houses anywhere that these women run to, anywhere they happen to go. They just happen to own a McMansion there. But yeah, they'll run off somewhere, they'll play house. Eventually Massimo will find them, violence will happen. He'll probably have an out of character moment of getting on his knees and begging her to take him back. And I really, really extra promise this time that I won't do the getting drunk and doing coke and trying to rape you thing for a third time. I really double extra promise. Come back with me. I need you. Or he's going to go full, you're my property, I'll never let you go, which he already was. If he ends up, honestly, if it ends with Massimo catching the two of them in bed and blowing him away, would any of us be surprised if that's how it ends? That's kind of the logical conclusion. That's kind of how it should end. That would make sense. There's no way these houses are McMansions. I don't know. But they sound like nice places. I mean, I will say we can give the movies this. They got some beautiful locations in them. They rented some top-notch real estate to film in. Absolutely hilarious. Oh, I really can't wait to see how bad it is, or how obnoxious the soundtrack is, or how many songs are the lead singer. That was the other thing I noticed. I checked out the IMDb creds on the first and second movie, and the first movie, all the songs were by different bands. It was a lot of different bands, different songs. Second movie, and I checked this on the third movie. I didn't read spoilers, but I checked the soundtrack. It's all the same people. Every song in the ones that Netflix did, they must have an in-house band or something, because it's all the same musicians listed. Though the lead actor guy who plays Massimo is a singer in songs. But they're all the songs are written and composed by the exact same person, the entire soundtrack. Which probably means they got a good deal on it. Because that sounds like the way to go cheap with the music. That and to use the copyright-free song in the dancing scene that made me die so hard, and that we all immediately said had to be out of copyright because this movie can't afford it. Oh, Netflix didn't give them much of a budget, that was clear. But that is going to do it for this week. I will miss you all so much because I'm having a good time, but I need to go watch some comedy and eat some food. Oh, I need to eat a lot of food, not more cake pops. These are going back in the fridge. It will be rationed to one a day because they are a lot of sugar and they're really, really good. And as much as I want to eat all of them right now, that would be a bad idea because I need to eat actual food. Actual food is occasionally a good thing. They're either custom built or generational homes. You're definitely right about that. A lot of them have probably been in in the mob family for a while. But yeah, custom builds are popular with rich people too. Especially if it's a mob house and you need I need a dungeon, I need a large basement to torture people in, I need a room to keep all my guns in, I need a secret room to keep all my drugs in, being a mobster, you probably have different needs in a home. Plus, if you custom build it, you can, put in some really kick-ass security and hidden features. Hey, hidden passageways. Not always a bad idea. And they're fun. But we're going to call it a night, sadly, so I can go get something to eat. I hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend. I hope you don't have to do anything too stressful. We will be having movie night tomorrow. Don't know what we're going to watch yet. Depends what kind of mood I'm in. So anyone on the Discord, keep an eye out for that. Ugh. And I'm sorry Bo didn't want to return to join us. I think he's sulking because he didn't get any cake pop. Because, he doesn't understand chocolate is bad for doggies. But he'll be very happy tomorrow when he gets a can of wet food. He will be the happiest creature in the universe. I even got him beef flavor because I kind of think he likes it better, though he doesn't really show a preference. But he will be a very happy boy. But take care of yourself, everyone. Have a good rest of your weekend. Love yourself and love on a fur baby above all. I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Bye-bye.